Good evening. We'll call the West Ada School Board meeting in order. And first item up is the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand with us. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Clerk Newbold, are there any adjustments or changements or attachments to the agenda?
Madam Chair, Trustees, Superintendent Bubb, at this time I've attached everything to the agenda. I do want to make a note that I will be texting a person that will be presenting on discussion item number 5, Ms. Karen Echeverria, sometime during the 3rd and 4th discussion item for clarification.
We can take a break then.
Okay, thank you.
Just to get her lined up. Okay, thank you. All right, then with that, Dr. Bubb, it's your update.
Madam Chair, Trustees, thank you so much. Tonight, I'm extremely excited to talk a little bit about our merit scholars and some of the things that are amazing things going on within the district. I want to start out with talking a little bit about our new optional COVID testing program. Preventative Healthcare has reached an agreement with us, and this is a free agreement to our taxpayers. This is really goes straight through Preventative Healthcare to be able to offer rapid testing. Rapid tests for COVID are extremely difficult to come by. This allows our students to get back in this class sooner, to be able to get them instantaneous results. We're offering them both here at the district office is one option, and also at their Eagle location, that's the second option. So really two situations in which this is beneficial. One, school-based exposure. If a student is asymptomatic, 72 hours past their exposure, they can get tested, rapid test, we can get them right back into class. That's 3 days. Oftentimes, students, by the time we find out about exposure, oftentimes that's right upon that timeline, so they're able to get right back into class, which is really good news. The other one is symptomatic, but there's no known exposure, which would be a kid has allergies, a kid has some type of symptoms, and we don't know what it is. They're able to come in, get tested, get a rapid test, and get right back into school. So with the goal of keeping kids in school as much as possible, that is along the lines with that. We have looked at our COVID numbers. And district-wide numbers, as we look at some of those numbers, we're seeing a decrease in positivity, decrease in number of cases that we're seeing within our students. So we're extremely happy and optimistic about what those numbers look like. I want to talk a little bit about workforce and some of the shortages that we continue to face in our classified positions. We've gone out to job fairs. We continue to advertise to try to get both subs and bus drivers and paraprofessionals and try to fill those positions as quickly as possible. We appreciate the state being supportive with some new initiatives to be able to help us out with that, and so we can continue to operate at a normal level. Now getting into some of the instructional pieces that we're working on. This last couple weeks, we've had our first level of our K through 8 benchmarks, which is exciting because it really gives us an opportunity to kind of look at where our kids are at today and then adjust our instructional decisions based on where our kids are at. And so really intervene on those in math and English, really intervene with our kids to be able to determine what are their needs at this stage. Obviously with some of the different challenges that we faced in the last year and a half, I think it's really important to find out for each specific kid where they stand. This will kind of give us that baseline measure and allow us an opportunity to be able to support them as needed. Our administrators were able to meet today, district-wide. All of our principals and several of our assistant principals were able to come in today. The goal of that meeting was really for them to sit down in cohorts or PLCs, we call them professional learning communities, that are unique to their schools, that have some type of a demographic similarity, where they are able to sit down and develop goals for that team. And we'll call it a team for right now. We call it a PLC within our district. But those goals will be instructional goals, achievement goals that they're looking at as we move forward. They're short-term goals, not long-term goals. We're looking at very short-term goals, so we can come back, we can revisit and look to see where our kids are at on a very short-term basis. The goal here, the overarching goal, is to create consistency from all 57 buildings within our district and have uniform instructional delivery across our schools. So we're excited about that. That's kind of a new initiative that Marcus has been heading up, and so I want to give him some accolades on that. It was a great professional development. It didn't just come with, hey, we're going to set goals. It also came with some structured supports from what remote learning would look like to, there was a math session today, and then a little bit about that goal setting session. So it was really fabulous today. It was good to have our principals in here to work on that. And then all of our principals are working on October 4th. We have a full day collaboration, working on what that collaboration is going to look like specifically, but it's going to have an instructional focus, and then kind of how the whole system will work is that instructional focus is really designed to support those PLC goals that they developed today. So on October 4th, our principals will be able to work with their staffs to be able to make sure that they have the tools to support our kids in the classroom every single day. So we're excited about the instructional direction. We're excited about where we're at as a district, and I want to thank everybody for the opportunity to chat.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Thanks. Derek, go ahead, Trustee Ozuna.
Thanks. I have a quick question about the classified staff that you mentioned, and I know that there's some additional money available to help hire these positions. Is that helping at all, or is it really just the lack of workforce that's available to hire?
Madam Chair, Trustee Ozuna, yes, anything is helpful, right? But ultimately, the pool is very, very shallow right now, and so not having a workforce is the most difficult challenge right now, and trying to develop those people. We have worked with some of our community members who are willing to try to help us out, and so we are optimistic about being able to address the issue. We continue. I know we just had a job fair the other day, and we were able to. I got some good news from Jonathan that sounds like Cascades working on some. We've got some people in the pipeline, and so we're optimistic about where we're at. But it definitely is a workforce shortage.
That was actually going to be one of my, something along those same lines. Are we seeing a higher turnover rate? Because I know our staff has had to deal with a lot of additional items over the last year or two. Are we seeing a higher turnover rate as well in our workforce?
Madam Chair, trustees, I don't think we're having a higher turnover rate. I'd have to look at Mr. Roberts for that, but I don't think we're seeing a higher turnover rate. I think it's just a matter of filling positions that remain unfilled.
Chair, no, it's not a higher turnover rate. We still do have, everything in the last 18 months with COVID, we've had a fair amount of employees that choose not to work because of COVID, but we have a fair amount of churn anyways, and what's happened most recently is we have a lot of jobs that went unfilled from last year that are continuing to be unfilled, and as Dr. Bubb expressed, it's not really the hourly rate, it's just the bodies that are available and are willing to work and finding those. So we're doing some things to be more proactive rather than waiting for them to come to us go out to them and try to find people to help, and hopefully we can continue to grow our workforce back.
Thank you. What's the impact to our schools and our kids in those situations?
Madam Chair, trustees, I think that one of the things that we can really celebrate is we have amazing employees that are able to pick up the slack, and I think that cannot go unnoticed. Being able to be in a lot of buildings, and that's not just our building employees, but that also is our bus drivers. Everybody has kind of chipped in. Everybody recognizes where we're at, and we have an amazing group of people that are willing to chip in and make sure that it stays away from our kids.
Trustee Buffy.
Thank you. Have you guys had many applications from state employees, and do you anticipate much relief from that program that the governor set up?
Madam Chair, Trustee Buffy, we've had a couple. I know, especially from the education field, we've had a couple that have said they were going to come, but it hasn't been, an outpouring of volunteers so far.
thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right, then we'll move on. Thank you, Dr. Bubb. All right, the next up is spotlight items. And first item up is the National Merit semifinalists.
Madam Chair, if I can really quick just kind of address what the National Merit semifinalist is, and then we'll get up and give our awards. So tonight we'd like to take a moment to honor West Ada's National Merit Scholarship semifinalists, high school students who meet published program entry and participation requirements, enter the National Merit Scholarship Program by taking the preliminary SAT, which is the PSAT, National Merit Scholarship Qualifying Test, at specified times in high school program, usually as juniors. Congratulations to the students from West Ada high schools who have been recognized by the National Merit Scholarship Foundation as semifinalists in this year's scholarship competition. Thank you to the semifinalists that are here tonight. I need to say really quick, I just want to take a moment. You probably as teenagers don't know what an accolade this is, or maybe you do know. This is an incredible accomplishment. I'm so lucky to be able to honor you guys with that tonight. This is a huge accomplishment. You should be really proud. Sometimes kids go through high school or they go through school and they don't take a minute to pat themselves on the back. This is a good opportunity. You guys can pat yourselves on the back and be proud of your accomplishments. This is a huge accomplishment for you guys, all right? Yeah, I'll give, when I call your name, I'll give you a certificate and then, perfect. Rachel Hunter. Congratulations. Blake Nelson, who I know is studying abroad, so he's not here tonight, but congratulations, Blake. Stella Reith. Congratulations. From Eagle High School, we have Haley Holworth. Did I mess that up? That's what I said, Hallie. You just misheard me. Congratulations. Madison Jang. And Grace Lee. From Hawaii High School, the first national merit from Hawaii High School, Nathan Weed. From Renaissance High School, we have Jason Atwood. Congratulations. Sky Bowman. Congratulations, Sky. Michael Compton. Not here tonight, but we need to say the name. Hiram Dutton. Daniel Franks. Congratulations. Mia Gawith. Close? Oh. Alex Senst. Did I say that right? Yes. And from Rocky Mountain High School, Logan Johnston. Congratulations to all you guys. Like I said, this is a good opportunity to pat yourselves on the back. This is a huge accomplishment. Thanks for making West Ada proud. Congratulations.
Okay.
Do you want me to mute this?
Yeah, I need from about you over to, so some, like, how about you three ladies, can you come in this way? Let's try that. And Dr. Buck can go right there. We're getting close, squished together just a little bit more. I'm just, yeah, I think we got it. Okay, ready? I'm gonna take a couple on three. 1, 2, 3. Let's do one more. One more. Thank you.
Shift out before we keep going. All right. I believe, Dr. Bubb, we have our next spotlight for the night is the Crossroads highlight. And so will, is principal from Crossroads here tonight? Yes. Okay. Oh, there we go.
Madam Chair, trustees, Dr. Bubb, thank you guys so much for this opportunity to talk a little bit about Crossroads.
Yeah, if you just wait just a sec, we'll let folks get in here. I think we're good. I think you can go ahead.
All right, Madam Chair, trustees, Dr. Bubb, thank you guys so much for this opportunity to talk a little bit about Crossroads. I wanted to kind of start, because I didn't know how much information this board knew about our alternative schools in general. And so this is kind of an overview, a little bit of all of our alternative schools. So our state has set up a criteria for the alternative schools because we're funded a little bit differently so that we can be smaller. And students have to meet certain at-risk criteria to be able to attend our schools. And for years, West Ada has always done a fantastic job with its alternative schools and have kept them small. And that is something that we as principals of the alternative schools appreciate, and it allows us to kind of do what we need to do. Because of some of these at-risk qualifications, people often label us not the good school, school for bad kids, all those things we hear. We hear it all regularly. And it's not true. We are a Tier 2 school, which means our kids, many of our students, not all, but many of our students do need some extra help. But I always kind of refer to us as a microcosm of the larger traditional schools. And that's really what we are. Now, Dr. Bubb was talking earlier about benchmark data. I mean, as a Tier 2 school, of course, our ISAT data is going to be a little bit lower, and we're going to look at interventions and some remediation that we're going to do for students. One of the benchmark things that we talked about earlier was iReady. The middle schools are doing the iReady. We use some of our title funds to purchase iReady for reading as well. We have some structure built into our schedule to provide that intervention for students during the day. through using iReady and through some teacher-directed supports. Our iReady math, and these scores correlate pretty closely to those ISAT scores. So, so that's something else that's useful for us as well. As an alternative school, we really try to support our students by making our instruction clear. We have clear learning intentions. We have clear success criteria. What do you need to know? Students are goal setting as well as teachers are goal setting. We're building on that surface learning, that taking it to the deeper level, and then ultimately where we would love it to be is that transfer level. And that's honestly, I mean, because many of our kids are coming to us behind, that's our target, but that's something that we struggle with, is increasing that rigor. I think the teachers are doing a good job recognizing it, and we're striving to do that. The other thing we do is we really work hard with this clarity on instilling some learner dispositions in our students. And these are characteristics, states of mind, what we want our students to do while they're at school and in life. These are just life skills in general. And as you can see on the slide and on your PowerPoint there, the teachers kind of with the pre-tests, with the mid-tests, and with the post-test, we can see, kids can see their growth. And what you're going to see here in a minute in this video is our students often, you know, they have not experienced a lot of success in school. And so there's some insecurities about learning. There's insecurities about being a risk taker. I mean, we have to try new things. We have to be brave to ask questions. And so we try to establish that culture and that community where that's a safe place to do that, to support our students.
So my success criteria chart is something that I have created to help the students know what it is that we're going to be learning about so we can keep track of where they are at in their learning. When I have the students self-assess, they will open their math interactive notebooks and find the success criteria we worked on for that day. They will rate themselves a 1, 2, 3, or 4, and I can then see how they are feeling about their learning, and we'll be able to compare it with the score I give them on their exit ticket the following day. This tool has been helpful with students who are coming to me in an alternative setting because they come into 6th grade with low confidence in math. Throughout the year, they start to build confidence in themselves and they realize, wow, I'm actually learning things. I do know what is happening because they know specifically this is the goal that I have for right now and I have achieved it.
So one of the things when Dr. Bubb sat in on a presentation that we did for some people at the State Department because we're in a continuous school improvement model. And so he sat in on that presentation and asked me to share some of that information with you guys today, and that's what some of these slides were. And one of the questions on there from the state to us was, you know, what successes are you celebrating? And I mean, there's a lot. There's so many things to celebrate. Last year was a super challenging year. This year continues to be challenging. But there's so much great teaching and learning going on throughout the district and across our district. And at Crossroads, I am so happy to be working with the people that I'm working with, to have the students and the parents in our community that we have. And so, you know, we met 3 out of 6 of our ISAT goals. Would it have been, yes, it would have been great if we met them all. You know, getting the one-to-one devices out right on time and early this year was really something that was helpful. The built-in intervention time that we use, you know, we saw some success with that last year, hoping with having kids every day. All the time, we're going to see more success with that this year. The experience that we learned last year from iReady is some of the things that we are celebrating. But one of the really big things that we're celebrating this year is that we have the State Teacher of the Year, Mr. Todd Knight. So, Dr. Bubb, would you, and Madam Chair, would you like Todd to come up and say a few words, or how do you?
We would love for him to do that.
All right.
It's good practice too, Mr. Knight, because I think you're getting ready to start talking all over the state here pretty quick.
Yeah, that's what I've been told, so thank you. Being able to work in, actually, I don't know how much of me you know about, but I'm a Meridian native. I've been here my whole life. Moved out to Nampa for about 6 years and then came back to Meridian. And being able to find a way that I can give back to the community through teaching is huge and impacting. It's been something that I have wanted to do and been finding ways to do it. And working at Crossroads is it's an incredible opportunity to be able to do something like that. Being recognized with something like that is incredibly humbling and honoring, and it's something where I just teach. That's what I do. And it is something that I am very grateful to receive the recognition, but I also know that I am not the only one within this district who goes above and beyond what they can do for their students. You see it when you look around you at the various schools. You see it at Crossroads. You see it in the elementary school with the kindergarten teacher who was on her hands and knees trying to help that kid tie his shoe. And it is incredible what you have as a district. And I am just grateful to be able to be here and humbled to have received an honor like this. So, thank you.
Don't go anywhere yet. I'm sure there's a couple trustees who want to say thank you. But I want to ask a question real quick. Has West Ada ever had a Teacher of the Year statewide before? Okay, wanted to know. So congratulations. I think I have one question for you, and then I was going to open it up to other trustees. Because my guess is this has been some of the most challenging times to teach in the last couple of years. And would you have any advice to parents as we move forward and try and figure out how to help make sure that more people can do their job easy when they're in a role like yours?
For this one, honestly, it comes down to being united for our students. It doesn't matter, actually, it actually would be easiest if I just read what I wrote right here, because that's a great question, and I was thinking I'd be asked something like that. Try to be. One of the biggest things I think we need to realize is that we are a community first and foremost. Together we can excel. We don't give up on ourselves, on each other, or just in general. Persevere beyond the challenges of the current situation, and we need to rise above. We have all been dealt difficult hands, especially this year. Whether we are the single parent transporting our school-aged children to and from deliveries in our car, the small business owner forced to close the doors to our dream due to COVID-19, or the laid-off employee struggling to make ends meet with unemployment benefits, or even the teacher bending over backwards to make hybridized or distant learning work. We are all in this together. We have been through hard times before. We can overcome them now. Everyone feels downtrodden and stepped upon, but we must rise above the difficulties and develop into what we know we can become. To do this, we must come together as a community and help each other. This is not an us against a nebulous them. We are all want the same ultimate goal: to help our students become successful, contributing individuals in our society. But we are neglecting the students in our efforts to maximize student achievement or encourage teacher retention. The students as individuals are often forgotten in our efforts to reach and surpass every need we are exposed to. Especially this year, students are struggling with a surfeit of stressors pressing in on them from all sides. No longer are we asking students to just do schoolwork. The students are now being caregivers to younger siblings, passengers in parents' delivery cars, or even entry-level tech support on their own school-issued devices. In their busy world, students have suddenly had to learn how to prioritize, problem-solve, and parent, and we are neglecting to ask them how they are actually doing. Students themselves are the most critical component of student education, and their well-being needs to be a top priority for everyone involved in their lives. According to polls, students are reporting more cases of depression 1 year into COVID, now 2, than any previous year they have been asked. This should not be a surprise, but we need to come together to best meet the needs of the students. And to meet those needs, we need the entire community on board. Students need to know that they can trust to be safe in their current environment, whether at school or at home. Parents need to know that the children are cared for and poured into. whether they can provide that at home or the teachers provide that at school. Businesses need to rely upon the work ethic of their current employees as well as that of their future employees. Teachers need to know they are trusted to have the best intentions for their students at heart and that they are capable of meeting those needs. Every member of our community has needs, and all of these needs center around the well-being of our students. We must band together to help our students both in this current time of need and in future times. From every large-scale historical event, communities either crumble or connect. They can be crushed beneath the weight of the situation they faced, or they can come together and celebrate the triumph over the struggle they just endured. Our community, whether it's the school district, the city, the state, even the nation, is facing the same choice. And it is up to our community as a group of individuals to determine what we want the answer for that choice to be. I, for one, know I will continue to connect, develop, and encourage every member of it, as I owe this to our students and our children. They are, after all, the future of our community, and as such, they must be protected and cared for. But this is not a choice I can shoulder alone. Rather, it is a choice for each member of our community, and they must make and decide for himself or herself. So, the question is, will you stand with me, bonded for the unity, for the betterment of our students and children? And that is how I feel we can best help, is if we can just find a way to come together for our students, because that is what they need.
Thank you. Trustees? It's a hard act to follow, man.
I'll give it a start. I just want to say thank you very much. I truly appreciate all the hard work you've done, and also with Crossroads as well, and all of our alternative schools. I mean, I know these schools are unique in our community, mostly because they grab those kids who wouldn't make it otherwise. And so the dedication you show, the wisdom you're bringing to the board and to this community is just, it's humbling. But thank you very much. I truly appreciate it. From the board and from everyone else, I think I can say that I truly appreciate all your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Ozuna?
Mr. Knight, I remember the Teacher of the Year celebration this year when we celebrated our individual building Teacher of the Years. And when they were reading kind of about you, it brought tears to my eyes, and your excitement there that day brought tears to my eyes. And I was so thrilled when I heard that you were the Teacher of the Year. Your students are so fortunate to have you, West Ada. It's just a blessing to have you with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Buffy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Todd, Mr. Knight, same thing that Trustee Ozuna said. I remember the student or the Teacher of the Year event this summer, and when I saw the state Teacher of the Year hit the paper, I read the article and then I cried more because I remember crying too at that event because your passion just shines through, and I just thank you for everything that you do for our students.
Thank you.
We're lucky to have you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Our next spotlight up on the agenda is the impact of career and college counseling on students. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Dr. Bubb. Thank you so much for the opportunity to take just a few minutes tonight to just talk about the impact of career and college counseling in the West Ada School District. I am very excited about sharing the GO category. Ironically, the presentation right before about Crossroads pretty much covered the Think, Act, and Know. Good job, Dr. Bubb. So good planning. So we're going to focus on the GO category tonight. We're going to do a quick overview of the funding and current FTE in this department. Then my colleague, Kylie Bendorf, is going to talk a little bit about advanced opportunities and the role of the career college counselors. Then we're going to take a quick, brief review of the 8th grade year through the senior year. And we're going to do this in a rapid fire, and I have a lot of wonderful people coming here tonight, including some students. So just hold on. Here we go. So funding history, because I know boards are very interested in where does all this money come from and how much do we have. So in the spring of 2016, the Idaho legislature passed a law establishing the funding for college and career advising and student mentoring program. And we were estimated about $500,000. We actually got a little bit more than that. And we were so excited in the spring of 2016 to hire for the first time full-time career counselors for our large traditional high schools and part-time for our smaller sites. And then in 2018, the funding grew, and then we were able to expand that to the 8th grade year and also bring on some AVID training and curriculum. So our current funding sits at about $1 million and a little bit of change. So for those of you who are interested in how does that look for your region and your area, there is the list of all the high schools and their enrollments as of September 3rd, and then how much FTE they are allotted. Notice that like a Mountain View High School with its almost 2,400 kids, or a little bit over 2,400, almost 2,500, it gets a 1.4. So we look at that enrollment data every year with Mr. Roberts. And then in middle school, you see the enrollments also as of September 3rd, and then how much is funded. Okay? So with that, I'm going to keep moving really quickly, and my colleague Kylie Bendorf is going to talk about advanced opportunities.
Thank you, Jeannie. Madam Chair, trustees, Dr. Bubb. I work really close with the career counselors within the lens of advanced opportunities, and we have an excellent team, and I'm always impressed how and proud of how much they assist our students, our parents, our teachers. They're really a support for the whole. The impact they make on students post-secondary and advanced opportunity planning is huge. And tonight I'll cover just a few things within that advanced opportunities world, but of course they do so much it's near impossible to cover it all. So one of the major things that they do is oversee the Fast Forward program at each high school. And so just to remind you, the Fast Forward program allows for every high school student, or actually 7th through 12th grade student, to access $4,125 for any advanced opportunities, really. So that could include overload classes, which are high school classes, even if they're in 7th grade, above and beyond their full-time school schedule. Concurrent credit, dual credit classes, AP exams, IB exams, CTE exams, certifications, college entrance exams. So they help me oversee that in all of our major high schools. They ensure that the students accessing those Fast Forward funds are meeting the requirements of the state and of the district, because there are certain requirements to meet on those. And then the career counselors also within this program are huge assistance to our teachers and to the students. They approve new accounts, they approve all the Fast Forward funding requests, they make sure the parents are involved with the Fast Forward participation form. There's a lot of steps to be able to access this funding, and we have to have our hands on all of those courses and exams to make sure that they are meeting those responsibilities. Career counselors also help organize and run Advanced Opportunities Night. We do this in early winter, December, January, in preparation for registration in February. And some of that stuff will be covered tonight. But one of those reasons is to help teach parents and students about honors classes in preparation for AP courses, what's available, what concurrent credit classes do we have. And so they can be better prepared during registration in February when they go to register for classes. And then another piece that they do is advising within the advanced opportunity with all students. So this advising is sometimes done as whole class, sometimes is done in small groups, sometimes is done with individual students, and you'll see some of that overlapped with just our programs throughout each grade level tonight as well. And then one of the other big things that they do is a liaison partner between our partner institutions for Fast Forward funding and post-secondary planning. So liaisons between our partner colleges for concurrent credit, dual credit. We have a BSU Sophomore Start program. They help assist students and teachers through that Fast Forward program, our associate degree students. Those are all, there's just a huge amount of stuff that we do, that they do daily on that, and they're an amazing team. So just some data. I put some multi-year data on here just to help see the growth that we have had. So just last year we had 6,749 students access advanced opportunities. And that is unduplicated students. So remember, those students, maybe one of those students is taking 4 AP tests. So those are unduplicated, and you see that that continues to grow each year as opportunities maximize and students maximize these dollars. And then the bottom graph, a number of approximate post-secondary credits earned. So last year in 2021, we had over 46,000, almost 46,500 post-secondary credits earned. That was down a little bit from the year before, but we also had a drop in enrollment. So our kids are maximizing this opportunity, and we could not do it without our career counselors. Some other data you can see there for the year of 2021, we had 137 associate degrees just last year, so that is amazing. And that number keeps growing each year as well. 18 IB diplomas and 54 IB CP certificates. So that's just a little bit of data for you. Advanced opportunities allow for students to individualize their high school learning and get a jump start on their future. Our career counselors are vital in assisting our students to be able to do this. Part of those programs are our CTE programs, and including the concurrent credits that we offer in CTE, the exams, and the certifications in CTE. Our amazing CTE team works hard to help students starting in 8th grade to plan for these pathways. And Chris Kearns is our new CTE career counselor this year. We're so happy to have him. And he will share some of that programming from 8th grade on.
Welcome.
Madam Chair, Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Bubb. So I'm the new CTE career counselor as of this year. It's a brand new position. I'm super excited to get going. I'm 4 weeks in and loving it and just learning as much as I can. But today I'd just like to talk about what my plan is as the career counselor for CTE and then our programs. So right now we have 26 pathway options for our students. So we have technically four magnet programs. So our Renaissance, which hosts our CNA, which is very popular, our culinary arts, which we have our Cafe Renaissance downstairs in that state-of-the-art kitchen, certifications, things like that. We also offer computer programming and pre-engineering, which are very big here at Renaissance. Like, students will travel from their home high school over to Renaissance for those programs. Also, we have Centennial High School, which has one program, which is a traveling program, which is our education assistant. So right now, those students who are going that pathway will travel from their home school and go to Centennial. And then we have our Meridian Center as well. So that's where our traditional ProTech, what it used to be called, programs are, like our Auto Tech, our collision and diesel, as well as welding. Also, Owyhee now offers welding, where we travel in Eagle High students over to Owyhee and they'll take the welding 1 class there with the Owyhee students. Also, we have programs that can be done at home high schools, like our applied accounting, sports medicine. So those are options for students if they are offered in that high school. Okay, so a little bit of the numbers. So this is all from first semester this year. So currently we have 13,519 9th through 12 students in all of West Ada. Right now there are 8,255 unique CTE students. So those are unduplicated students who are in a CTE class this semester, whether it's a traveling center or at their home high school. And so if we duplicate them out of that 13,519 seats, we have 12,422 seats filled for this first semester. So 92% of our seats are filled with students. So it's pretty exciting. Lots of people love their CTE, and there's so many opportunities for our students that we can offer. So like I said, there's those 4 travel magnet programs. Out of those 4 high schools, we travel 1,484 students to those schools. So at Meridian, we have 1,260 students in our CTE seats, and 596 of those students travel from their home high school to Meridian. At Renaissance, we have 1,030 CTE seats, and 867 students travel from their home high school over to Renaissance. And then at Owyhee, we have 25 CTE seats, and then 15 students travel from Eagle High School. And then Centennial, in our education assistant program, we have 15 seats filled, and 6 of those students travel to Centennial. All right, and so my goal is this year in the 8th grade and also in the 9th graders is go into every advisory class and present and recruit students to the CTE programs, go over each pathway, discuss certifications. We offer lots of internships and externships. There are also student organizations that they can become a part of, and then kind of go over that college credit and fast forward funding. So that is my role in the CTE area. Next, I will have my colleague Chelsea Bates talk about the 9th grade year. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi there. All right, so I'm from Meridian High School, and before I get started on talking about freshmen, I'm speaking on behalf of all of the career counselors that when we think of college and career counselors, so our job title, that implies that we educate on and support all pathways for after high school. So like you just heard from Chris, we all talk about trades in our own schools, we talk about college, we talk about workforce development as well. And then the other disclaimer I think that I'm adding is that not all schools will do this the same way. So you're going to hear from multiple schools. We all follow a scope and sequence, but it's kind of up to us how we deliver that and get that message out to our kids. So with that being said, I am going to talk tonight about freshmen. I absolutely love going into my freshman class. Whenever I say I love freshmen to people that don't work in the schools, I get this strange look, right? But I feel like freshman year, they're still sponges. They're there, they're eager, they want to learn and absorb everything, and it's a fantastic time to plant the seeds, to help them to be successful in high school, as well as planning for their life after high school plans. So what I do with my freshmen is I go in all year long, so first semester and second semester, and I usually spend the whole hour. Last year I had to do half the period, just due to COVID and class time being really valuable for teachers. But I always start with a few games. So this one shown on here is an AVID game that I picked up at an AVID conference one year, and it's called our College Readiness Game. So this is obviously more detailed towards kids and preparing them for college, but this is one of those games where all of the students will start in a straight line, and then I will ask them these questions, and they'll either take a step forward or a step backward. The goal of these questions, so I'll just say a few of them. One of them, for example, is if you've held a leadership position, move up one space. If you choose a certain profession, you can move up or move back in a space. If you have not participated in any school-related activities or clubs, move back. So this helps set the stage for my presentation in talking about how all of these things that our freshmen don't often think about will help them not only be successful in high school, but again, prepping them if they are going on to college and how these will look on your resume going into college. So that is one fun game. The other thing is we will also do this, I love Next Steps Idaho. It is a fantastic resource that I think we all use. I don't know if they're going to speak about it today, but I have this one tool that I use. It's called Plan Smart. And this is a reality check for our students. And what it does is you simply put in how you want to live, what kind of a lifestyle you want, and it spits out essentially where you live too, what kind of a mean salary you'd have to have in order to afford that lifestyle. Then you can kind of go in and adjust it, and kids will look at this and they're just like blown away that, oh my gosh, I have to make this much money. And then you start to see their wheels turn, and they think, okay, so a minimum wage job, I'm not going to be able to make a livable wage and live independently and travel and do all those fun things that I want. So the other cool part about that is then we move in to the next career assessment, which is assessing their strengths and personality styles and then relating them to different career pathways. So essentially all years we're doing these types of career assessments to help students to kind of start to identify what their strengths are and how they can use that for their postgraduate planning. All right, so these are slides from my actual freshman presentation. So after we do those fun things, then we move into kind of the nitty-gritty. But here's where I think kids are surprised. And I always pull my kids as we're going through some of this information. So a big one that we hit on is GPA. And I guess I should back up. So last year, because I felt so strongly that your freshman year is that baseline year, I made this my personal learning plan last year, was to assess students on if they understood graduation requirements and post-secondary requirements as well. So my next slide will talk more about that. But for example, we go over how to calculate your GPA. Most kids understand how to do an average, but what they don't realize is that by the time they're a senior, it's really hard to impact your GPA significantly. Every class I go into, I poll them and I ask them, especially if they're going into college, did you know that when you apply to college, the transcript that gets sent is from your grades from your freshman year to the end of your junior year? I will tell you that I probably get 1 or 2 hands in every single one of my freshman classes. So, meaning they're not prepared. They don't understand how valuable your freshman year is as a baseline. The other thing too is we talk about obviously AP, a weighted GPA, things like that, and how this looks on transcripts. We also talk about how your GPA can relate to scholarships. So we do a whole couple of slides on scholarships. Let's see here. Sorry, I think I'm taking way too much time. I just get really passionate about freshmen. So then I'll skip down because this really ties into what Kylie was saying. And I think my freshman year is really when a lot of my Meridian High students are starting to think about taking some of these dual credit classes. So I have one whole slide on here's what classes you could take next year potentially as a sophomore. So start thinking about them. And then in these classes, I kind of go through what those requirements are. So that mini advising session like Kylie had talked about. We talk about the difference between these core classes, elective classes, and major requirements for classes. The other thing too that we talk about is just going back to that game. We bring it back in and talk about the importance of volunteerism in clubs and things like that. All right, so these were the numbers from my PLP, my personal learning plan. One of the questions, true or false, there is often a difference between high school graduation requirements and college admissions requirements. This was only taken after my first semester with students, but I still had a 90% rate that they understood that there is a difference. So that's one thing I talk about is, which leads me to my next question. I say, for example, we only require 3 years of math here in West Ada. Many colleges require 4 years of math. So that was like one of the questions where they had to be able to understand that difference. So then 85% understood how many years of math to take, and then again that difference. And then we just went through some other examples of like what are some examples of humanity credits. Last but not least, on my survey, I do have them talk about what stuck with them. But then last year, and I always get really great feedback from teachers, but one of the teachers that always gave me great feedback was like, you know what, why don't you tell her? I want you to tell her what you think. So I didn't get to bring my students with me tonight, but I wanted to share a little bit of what my freshmen say after I'm in their rooms. One of them is, I liked how you explained to us how GPA works and that we should suggest starting early looking for scholarships. Again, I've just picked out pieces of this. I've learned a lot about what I can do to start preparing for college, and I know that grades for your freshman year matter more than I thought. I'd like to thank you for helping all the students and I getting us going for our future. I wouldn't have known where to start without your help. It's really amazing what you do here, and I think you'll find MHS as a whole thanks you. Another student says, now I know exactly what classes I need to pass and complete in order to be eligible for the majority of colleges. And then a piece from my last student data is, hearing about the different classes we can take in high school to finish college early was something that no one else had told me. I'd also like to say that this is my 4th year, so I've been able to be with students, obviously now all 4 years, and see them through. My last year was my first year at Meridian High that we had 2 years ago was my first student to go through and get an associate's degree. Last year we don't have an official associate's degree program, but that is something that I help them with and talk about in their freshman presentation. So I'm seeing the fruits of that labor. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to adjust that. Good evening and hello. My name is Tammy Schneider. I'm the college career counselor at Renaissance High School. I am part-time and I work with about 700 and give or take students, just over 700. And today I'm going to talk to you about, oops, sorry, if I can click the right button here, the outreach towards the sophomore class. So first I want to share that one of the main focus with sophomores is definitely that classroom presentation. I usually do that about January, February, because that's about the time students are going to start looking at selecting classes for their junior year. So part of that presentation is they do come down as a class, is to remind them that my role in the school is to help students with their post-secondary planning, whether that is career, college, whatever pathway that looks like for those students. We do discuss our sophomore goals. We talk about keeping our grades up, being involved, and just those goals as a sophomore, what they should be thinking about during the school year. Because a lot of them are starting to go, well, what should I be doing? Parents are starting to ask, you know, what do you want to do after graduation? And they do start getting that thought of what's next. So when the presentation gets going, we do talk about college, career, post-secondary planning. That's probably the most enjoyable part of the presentation, because we do usually do some type of interest inventory, and to see the students start researching possible careers, future possibilities, then looking at what colleges or majors does that take. And it's really fun to watch those interactions with the students and just start hearing them share with each other that, you know, I never thought of that career, I've never thought of this one. So that presentation part is very exciting to watch with those students. We also start creating a resume. I like to call it their, you know, achievement resume, because we like to know what else they're doing because we have such amazing students. In addition to that, we do also start talking about at Renaissance, we have the International Baccalaureate program as well as the Associate of Arts through ISU. And so part of that presentation with those sophomores is we do talk about how does the IB and the AA impact their future college choices, because they need to know how to research the policies at the different college levels. How does that exam transfer over? How does the AA transfer over, and so on. So we do spend time discussing that, which is nice because they're going to be making some big choices come registration time that following month. So after the presentation, I think it's very important. I do send an email home to parents with a link to the presentation, which is usually on our RHS website, because I'd like students to also, and parents, to have access to those resources and the information I'm sharing with their students. I want to make sure they're in the know, because they're a big supporter of what their students are going to be doing post-secondary wise. So I want to make sure they're aware of what their students are hearing. So this is just an example of an email that I send out to parents so they can link in to check that presentation out and then contact me if they have any questions. Another outreach that I do for sophomore students is in the spring. I do an evening event called Preparing for College Planning. The target audience is sophomores and juniors, and it's a night where parents are invited with their students to come in, and we discuss college career readiness. We talk about other information as far as that planning process, because they've got time on their side, so this is an important time that they can come in with their parents to start thinking, what steps do I need to take for that college or career that I'm looking at? So we do host that evening, and like I said, that is targeted towards those sophomore and junior students, and that's held in the spring. Because I am at Renaissance, another sophomore outreach that I participate in as the career college counselor is we have our IBAA information that is sent out to students. So once again, we go into the sophomore classes again, and we discuss the IB and the AA programs with those students, because we really do want them to be well educated on a choice they're making for their future. Following those presentations, we do the evening event with sophomore parents again. This is held in February before registration, so those parents can come in and they're able to go to the different breakout sessions to hear about the IB program, the IBDP, CP, and then diploma program career, and then the AA. So they can kind of get all that information and then go home and make a decision with their student. In addition, I feel it's really important with those sophomore students. They get newsletters, emails, social media, with the website, just about college reps coming in, career opportunities such as job postings. I promote the extracurricular activities that are targeted towards sophomores, such as the Hugh O'Brien Youth Leadership, otherwise known as HOBie, or the MIAC, the Mayor's Youth Advisory Council, any extracurricular opportunities for those students which will help them in those other leadership roles, which eventually helps them in their future pathways. So that's what I do for the sophomores, and now I'm going to turn over to my colleague, Ray Pepley.
Thank you. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. Hi, Madam Chair, trustees, and Superintendent Dr. Bubb. I'm actually very grateful to have this opportunity to speak with you tonight about what we're doing in the schools. I love my job. I truly think I have one of the best jobs in the district, and so this is exciting. I will be talking about juniors. I worked at Rocky Mountain High School for 5 years, and now I'm at Owyhee. Go Storm. Very excited about that. But as Chelsea shared, first semester is so critical for freshmen and all the work that we do for them. I have 3 presentations that I do to freshmen first semester. I just break it up into 3 different presentations, and then also presenting to seniors, so you'll hear from Ashley in a minute about the work we do with seniors first semester. So because of that, I don't present to juniors until second semester. And because of that, I think it's very critical that I have really good communication with my juniors and their parents. And so in this slide, you're going to see, oops, sorry guys, you'll see a junior calendar. So the junior calendar goes out very beginning of the semester and goes out to the students and their parents. And it's sent through Blackboard, it's sent through a newsletter, it's online. When I send it out, I encourage the students to to save it or to link it on their website just so that they can check it every month. Sometimes I think when they look at it at the very beginning, it can be a little overwhelming, so they just need an opportunity to look at it each month. And then there's a Career Setter newsletter that goes out, and it has a lot of information about opportunities for them and events coming up and deadlines that they should be watching for. And then many of us are using social media now to reach our students. So I have a snippet of Owyee's Career Center Instagram page, and it includes things like, you see the Fast Forward deadline is on there, and then ISAS, which is the Idaho Science and Aerospace Scholars Program, and that's targeted directly for juniors, and we want to make sure that they know about this opportunity. So the social media is a way for us to reach them, parents, give it just a quick snippet of what it's about, and then directs them to the website for more information. And I also encourage my juniors to come in before school, during lunch, and after school. And some of them have actually been taking me up on that. I'm so excited to report that. Even with a new school, and sometimes it's hard to find those rooms because it's a new school. But I have some juniors that have been coming in and working on scholarships before school and during lunch. The College Board Opportunity Scholarship and the what's the other one they've been working on? The Veteran of Foreign War Scholarship, and the Voice of Democracy, that's the name of it. And so I've been so excited to see that some juniors have taken me up on that time. I said, if you come in at lunchtime, I will help you with this. I'll walk you through it. If I can just help you through one scholarship application, I think you'll understand that it can be easy. And I'm here to help you with that. So then, oops, oh, I'm sorry, you guys, I keep doing that. And then the spring. So the spring, I hit the ground running with my juniors, and I have a presentation that I provide, and my teachers are gracious, and they give me an entire class period for that. And one of the things you see on that screen is one of the first slides of my presentation. It talks all about their opportunities after high school. And like Chelsea said, we honor and we support any path. We want them to know about all these pathways. They need to know about college, not only colleges, but also trade schools, opportunities in the military. We talk about military academies, ROTC scholarships, direct enlistment. We talk about apprenticeships. Some students are taking a year or two to volunteer. So we just want them to know that all these doors are open to you. Let us help you with that path. And you'll see that I have a little snippet on the side that shows the presentations from last year when I was at Rocky. And because our students were split in the quarter system, there were presentations done quarter 2 and quarter 3. And then after that presentation, I talked to the juniors about the newsletter again, and I highlight all the things that will happen that semester, and I just want them to know about events coming up and opportunities and scholarships. And then I show them what the senior year calendar looks like. I want them to see, for those that are interested, which many are, like what happens to senior year, what's that year all about? So let's give you a preview of what that looks like. And then we complete a career assessment. Boy, we do a career assessment every year. So by the junior year, every year meaning 8th grade through 10th grade and 11th grade. And so I asked the juniors, if you're set on a major or you're set on military service, you don't need to do another assessment. Let's explore those things while your peers in class work on an assessment. And so I give them that opportunity with me kind of working around the room and helping them with any questions. And then the last thing I present is information on how college credits transfer. And so I'll bring up one of my favorites, which is Boise State University's Major Finder. And when you bring that up, you can select a major, and then it takes you to a 4-year plan. And that 4-year plan I can bring up and I can say, look at you guys, here's first semester. You can see English 101 listed as a major requirement. Every major has it. And many of you are currently in that class. And then I show them Math 143, which is college algebra, and I say many of you are in that class now, or you'll be taking it next year. We talk about social sciences and how their history class that they took their sophomore year, if you took it for dual credit, meets that. So I just want them to see this is how your dual credits are connecting. This is how it's going to come in handy for you when you apply to college. And then I also show them how AP exams transfer. Then I talked to them about Higher Ed Day. So Idaho has an event called Idaho Higher Ed Day. It's a statewide event that, thank you, that our district finds this event as important and worthwhile. And we take a half day at every high school. And our juniors come out of class and they watch a video that was created by our Idaho colleges and universities. And they watch the video and it highlights all the schools in Idaho. And then after that, they go into a large room where they interact with the admissions representatives, ask them questions, get brochures, pamphlets, and just have an opportunity to talk to these great admissions experts. And then after that, we have an event called College Planning Night. It's much like what Tammy was just talking about. Mine, I focus quite a bit on the financial aid process because we have so many parents who this is maybe their first child going to college, or maybe they didn't go themselves, and so that is a scary process for them, trying to understand what's it going to look like in the fall? What is FAFSA? What does that even mean? What does that acronym stand for? So we talk about that, and then we also talk about scholarships and just lots of things that could help them with the planning for their soon-to-be seniors. So, and that's targeted to sophomores and juniors. So, and that's the work I do with the juniors. And then next, thank you, is coworker, my colleague Ashley, and some awesome grads.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. So the wonderful stuff that we do, freshmen, sophomores, juniors, all culminate in how we take care of them senior year. So by coming to a senior year, they've done a couple of steps, they've done some pre-planning, they've done some exploration. So hopefully, by the time they get to us, they are confident in at least some choices. We don't expect them to have it all figured out by senior year, but at least have some direction. So I would say the most important thing we do with seniors is a post-secondary one-on-one individual plan. So we meet one-on-one with every senior. Sometimes that conversation is 10 minutes because they're driven and they've planned for the last 3 years. Sometimes it takes 45 minutes because they are lacking a little direction and just needing more assistance in that process. So that can kind of vary student to student. But after that, sometimes they check in with us more. They'll come and see me once a week. They have a good plan in place. So then again, senior presentations, it varies in every school. We do it at Mountain View in the fall just because kind of setting up the timeline of what we're going to do over the course of the year. We do what's also called College Application Week. We pull every senior out of their government classes, and then those that took government over summer, we run a list, and we make sure every student applies to college. It's encouraged that everyone applies to college just because it's nice to have plan A, B, C, D, and F in place. Not every student is going to go to college, but a lot can change between October and May the following year. So we just want them to have the plans in place and the assistance to do that here in the school. We do FAFSA nights, so financial aid we've talked about. FAFSA is highly encouraged for every student. Not every student is going to get free money from the government, but filling out that FAFSA is like kind of their first step into adulthood of this is how you collect money. Maybe you qualify, maybe you don't, but you'll still get work study or cheaper loan options. We talk a lot about NCAA and NAIA if our students are wanting to go on to college athletics. We talk CTE and trades. That's my big, like, if you have never heard of a CTE trade, which we know they have at all 3 grade levels, but we emphasize the workforce and the need in those areas, especially for students whose answer is, I want to make a lot of money, but I don't want to go to college. So it's a big conversation that we have with them. Again, we talk military. We talk about connecting students with resources. So sometimes there are barriers based on maybe ethnicity or background. So things like the Hispanic Youth Leadership Summit that happens at BSU. We try and target those audiences and make sure that they feel heard. We do a newsletter in my own building for seniors, and this year we're doing dual credit presentations specific to seniors on focusing on these are the credits you've earned, here's where they go, and have that conversation. So I tried to go really quick because we have 2 alumni students from Mountain View who are going to talk about their experience going through Mountain View and working with the career counselor. So, oh, thank you. First up is Camille Masad.
Welcome.
Thank you all for having me. Can you guys hear me okay? Great. So first off, I just want to give a little intro about who I am, what year I graduated. Again, my name is Camille Masad. Ashley introduced me. I'm a 2019 graduate from Mountain View High School. I'm currently attending the College of Idaho, and I'm a junior there studying biomedical science and business administration. I also play football for the College of Idaho, and so a lot of my time is devoted to that as well as other things. But I just wanted to touch base on kind of what the career counselors did for me in my journey at Mountain View. And I'll make sure I'm not, because I can talk for hours on this, because it really is kind of the backbone of my journey. It really is the reason why I chose, one, the College of Idaho, staying in state, and the reason why I decided to pursue so many scholarships as a junior or late sophomore, junior, even early senior. Clearly, the career counselors have discussed countless presentations, things they do from the early age, freshman, sophomore, junior, and even senior year. So it's never too late for those students to even hear what the career counselors do. As for me and my experience, like Ashley did say, I was there every week. She reviewed every one of my scholarship applications. I was probably the largest fly on the wall that she's ever seen. I was just always in her room, logging in on FAFSA stuff, logging in on any Idaho website that will give money to anybody. And the reason why is because Mrs. Walton made it very clear to me that there are opportunities for us as students, and she made it clear to everyone in my classes. And one thing that I took note of as I was a high school student was I was one of maybe 3 people in the room at that time, for at least as a sophomore and a junior. Once the rooms got pretty busy, my work was already done, meaning I took a lot of my time early on to work with the career counselors and their team to prepare me for my senior and my post-high school graduate plans. So a comment that I usually make or I hear amongst my peers is, man, I wish I'd spoke to the counselor sooner. I wish I could hear about these opportunities, scholarship opportunities sooner. And it's almost like a, hey y'all, listen up, open your ears. They've been in our classroom since we were 14 years old. Like, you guys have a driving permit and you don't listen to career counselors. It kind of blows me away, especially in Idaho with the opportunities with the dual credit system. And it's almost like, you know, someone's paying for it, but it's not me, which is an awesome opportunity. So that little budget that we get to spend on those colleges really does make an impact on what we do after high school. And then I think of the career counselors as, again, like I said, the backbone of what, you know, my journey, because they're the most underappreciated group of individuals at the high school. The reason why I say that is because, you know, when you're in high school, you think about being in high school, right? You're thinking about your classes, your friends, the sports you're involved in. And a lot of the times people aren't forward thinking. But the career counselors, they force you to be forward thinking. And in all honesty, living in the moment is a big part, and Dr. Bubb mentioned this earlier, is, pat yourself on the back, right? And there are times where we need to do that. And at the same time, you can pat yourself on the back all the time when it's needed. But if you're not looking a little bit ahead, or at least, past dinner time, you're doing something wrong. So that's kind of my story, what the career counselors did for me. And if anyone here has students in the West Ada system, I'll take them out to lunch and they talk to career counselors, because they are the best things that ever happened to me regarding my journey. So without them, I wouldn't have gotten my freshman year covered, and wisdom regarding scholarship applications, ways on campus to get involved, submitting my applications, proofreading everything, and then setting me up so that my sophomore, junior, and senior year, I'm able to go to one of the best places in Idaho. And I may be biased because I'm a student there, but it really did make this big bulge of, this is financial thing ahead of me, almost like a breeze. And it's made it so that I've learned ways in which you can be involved because of what I did in high school, so that you can be successful in college. And my ultimate dream is for every student to find a way to get their college paid for. And I'm just lucky enough to be one of those people who's been, fortunate and blessed to be around the career counselors at such a young age. So encourage your students to get involved early, see the counselors when they're young, and that's kind of my 2 cents on the subject. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Cam. Next is Sarah Cole.
Sarah, welcome.
Hello, trustees and Superintendent Bubb. I'm Sarah Cole. I'm a freshman currently at Boise State University studying materials science and engineering. And like Cam, I'm here tonight to testify about my journey from assimilating to the latter years of high school onto college, with a specific emphasis on the support I got from the career and counseling staff at Mountain View High School for scholarships. And I'd like to preface my journey with the fact that toward the start of my senior year, I truly had a goal in mind as to how I wanted to leverage the resources available to me to maximize them and to achieve any goal within my reach. And specifically, what that goal looked like for me was paying for my freshman year of college. That's what I set out wanting to achieve. And because I had that goal in mind, I knew that Miss Walton at Mountain View was going to be my key to access it. Like Cam, I was in the career and counseling office at least once a week. I think sometimes I popped in once or twice a day, and I'm really surprised I didn't get vetoed out of the office at times just for how much I utilize these services. But what Miss Walton and the career and counseling staff was able to do for me was, number one, getting me in contact with not only scholarships, but opportunities that enabled me to thrive. Thinking back on the number of scholarships I applied for, I believe I got up to around 50 or 60 applications, which resulted in me earning a little bit over $80,000 in scholarships. And the reason this is so critical to applying for these opportunities is that as a student going to an in-state university in Idaho, my tuition, fees, housing, and meals amounted to a little bit over $22,000, and that's for in-state. With that being said, many students need to realize that these opportunities ahead of us can help us pay for that big burden that can prevent some people from not going to college. So beyond applying for scholarships, getting opportunities from Miss Walton, I also heard about other opportunities I could participate in. Some were mentioned even tonight, like Idaho Science and Aerospace Scholars, Leadership Boise Academy, the American Legion Oratorical Contest. These specific examples I bring up to you are things I had never heard of before having a conversation with Miss Walton. The Leadership Boise Academy was a $2,000 scholarship and a leadership immersion program into the different city leadership sectors of Boise. American Legion Oratorical Contest allowed me to compete with a public speaking contest, qualified to nationals, and I earned around $8,000 or $9,000. These are hunks of money out there that a lot of times go unclaimed. So it's so important that students are taking advantage of the resources who know they exist and taking the initiative to personally go and achieve them. Now, the last thing I wanted to mention to you tonight is that beyond the scholarships, I used a lot of help from Ms. Walton regarding the legality aspect of how I could apply my fees, because something I didn't know my senior year was that if I achieved too many scholarships, there are federal regulations that can limit me from actually getting them back in profit. So I was really stressed out about this, worrying that I might be committing tax evasion, and I knew I did not want to do that. But Miss Walton was able to sit in on a phone conversation with me and a contact from the Boise State University Financial Aid Department, and I got the whole thing sorted out. It was just a huge stress relief off my back. And imagining not having a contact at my own high school who could help me work through this is just completely unbelievable. And with that being said, I hope that I can speak for all students here in the West Ada School District that having the career and counseling support to not only get us in contact with opportunities for scholarships, leadership opportunities, clubs, and extracurriculars, but sometimes a problem that comes up you might never have expected is just so important to completing that high school experience and making the leap from high school to college, as complicated and as stressful at a time as it is. So with that, thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. So that's our presentation. Do we have any questions or comments?
I'm going to open it up, but real quick, one of the biggest attributions to your guys' success and work is something we get to see every year at graduation. And that's on the pamphlet. When students graduate, it tells us how much scholarships each of the students at each of the high school got. And it was amazing to see those numbers this year. So kudos to all of you for the work, the student work and the staff work in order to get those scholarships put together. So thank you very much for all that you do. And I'll open it up. I just wanted to. So you may have some questions. I don't know. We'll see. Trustee Ozuna.
One of the things that I think West Ada does well is get information out about our CTE programs, the fast forward funds, the dual credit opportunities, the AP classes, those types of things. I think over the years we've done a great job getting that out, and I'm so thankful for that because it's critical for our students to get that information as they start along their path, because otherwise if they don't, they might choose something and not have the opportunity, like a CTE for example, and they can't get to the capstone if they don't start it early enough. And so I think that that's been really well done. I didn't hear you mention in the presentation the work that you do with parents, not only at those the scholarship nights when you invite the parents in, but I know from experience that you take a lot of parent calls and you work with the parents and helping their kids, and I just want to give huge thank you to the teams for doing that. Which leads me to my question. Do we have enough staff to support the needs in this area?
Gosh, I would love to double it, but I need a little bit more money.
Yeah.
But you never know. But yeah, it would be wonderful to double Ashley and the other person that works with her and do 2.8 at Mountain View. We can always use more help. We could definitely use more help. But
thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you.
Trustee Kloppenstein.
Sure, thank you very much, appreciate it. I love the programs. I think what you guys are doing is amazing, especially on a shoestring.
Yeah.
And even though $1 million is a lot of money, it still is a shoestring.
Yeah.
One thing I was curious about is your perspective between IB and AA degree. I know that's been kind of a discussion. My understanding is that AA gets kids in, it kind of opens that door. But IB, if they want to go to master's course or doctoral, it really opens that door.
Yeah,
and I'm curious, what you see IB within the district as its future, and along with AA as they both kind of move forward.
That's probably another whole presentation, and maybe we'll do a spotlight on Renaissance specifically. But in really briefly. It's up to each individual kid, and they have to do the research. That's why, what Tammy Schneider shared, we start with them in their sophomore year, really thinking about which way they're going to go and thinking about where do they want to end up. Because you're right, it's definitely, there's pros and cons to both. And there's, you can't do everything. So you do have to kind of focus on one direction or the other. So, but yeah, maybe another presentation on Renaissance and specifically focused on that would be good.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
You're good? Okay. Thank you all very much for your time. All right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Mr. Gillen, you're on the row.
feel like I should pull out my yotes.
I know.
Chair, trustees, Dr. Bub. I wanted to visit with you a little bit tonight about transportation. There was a request to provide an update, but before I do that, there's a bunch of folks in the back. I'd like to say thank you for coming, and they'll be available for questions. So if you guys just want to raise your hands as I work my way through. Mark Jordan, he works for Cascade Student Transportation. I think he's our VP of Regional Management. Where I just gave you that job title, Mark, so that is now your new job title. Congratulations. Shane is also going to be working with us. He's sitting right next to him there, and so Shane will be helping us out regionally. Paul Gomez is the operations manager here for the terminal here in Meridian, and then Rebecca Lanack, and hopefully I pronounced that correctly, Rebecca. All right, I did good. Is the assistant manager there as well. And then many of you may also recognize R.D. Huntley. He is our new transportation liaison. So I just want to give a huge thank you to these people. They have done an amazing amount of work this year. This year hasn't been without some challenges. I think we all know that, but these folks have put in the hours to try to do what we can for kids. So I think what we're going to talk about tonight is we're going to discuss some of those challenges. We're going to discuss some things that we've learned. We're going to discuss some things that we're going to continue to work on. You're going to see a lot of symptoms to a problem that is really a nationwide problem. And so you're going to hear us talk a lot about driver shortages. And not in the context of a driver shortage and that's the reason why we're saying we have all these problems. It's a contributing factor to them. And so what we're going to do is talk about how we're going to try to mitigate those. And then I wasn't going to leave without some good news. So I'm going to hold that for Mark because Mark is going to get to share that. So you'll get to hear me, and then Mark's going to share you some good news about how we're doing with driver retention and the drivers we're bringing in. So what are we going to cover? I'm going to start with some thank yous. We're going to have an operational update. I'm going to give you a little context for what it looks like for a router and a driver each day. And so I think that's important because we move students a lot of places. You heard in our presentation we talked about CTE students. We talked about them moving around from building to building. That is an awesome opportunity, and at the same time, it requires a whole lot of coordination for transportation, and a whole lot of timing has to go right. We're going to talk a little bit about the bus driver shortage. I'm going to give you some statistics. There was a video that we kind of just pulled back because it was a little long, but I think I can give you guys the link to it, and you can watch it at your convenience. There are some other challenges that we're still working through, some things that we need to fix, and then I'm going to talk about some of the things the districts is doing to try to mitigate some of these challenges and solve problems moving forward. So first, I can't say thank you enough to the Cascade folks, to all of the staff and the staff at West Ada. So what I love about this district and our contractors and really about everybody that we work with is everybody loves kiddos and everybody's in it for kids. And so the staff here you're going to hear me talk about the folks at Cascade who have had to drive all day, and then what do we ask them to do? Hey, can you do your routing job at night? I know that's what we asked you to do when you started, but now we need you on a bus. But we also really need you to route kids. So why don't you spend your evenings and your weekends? And they have done that. We have drivers who are picking up routes. We have drivers who are doing extras. And so a huge thank you goes to all of them. They are working extremely hard. And so I just think we need to recognize that. A thank you goes to the West Ada staff. So we have had staff who have been willing, because a lot of the Cascade folks have had to be on buses. They have gone over there and answered phones. They have responded to emails. They have tried to call parents back. We have staff who have been driving vans, all right? So as we have new students who come into the area, we have said until we can get you routed, we'll come and pick you up, and we'll make sure you get to school, right? So just know that there's a lot of staff, and for me personally, as a new person in this role, it has been amazing to see the willingness of everybody to help and bring ideas and to tackle challenges together. So thank you for me, and I think that needs to be recognized from everybody. So, there we go. I'm already getting antsy. I moved too fast. So real quick already. So we're in year 3 of a 5-year contract that we have with Cascade. It wouldn't be a presentation I gave without some version of financial information. I'd feel like I would be leaving that out. So basically, it's around a $15 million contract. It probably won't be that this year because, quite honestly, we've had to start consolidating routes and due to the driver shortage. But that gives you some context for just kind of what we do with Cascade. We also spend $1 million in fuel, if that sounds exciting for you to know. And there's a CPI adjustment that we have built into the contract each year. Can't tell you that both RD and I are new. So we stole RD from Cascade, and so he is new to the transportation liaison. Sorry about that, guys, but we're real happy we took him. He has been a huge help for all of us here, and then myself new in this role. I think we're looking at how we work and have the partnership with Cascade together in different ways than we have before. And so it's been a really good opportunity for me. I've got to spend a lot of time down there at the terminal visiting with Cascade folks and seeing how we can help. I've gotten to meet a lot of people down there, and what I can tell you is they're really committed to students. And so they are a wonderful group of people, and I think we're lucky to have this partnership, even though we've had the challenges we've had. So what does it look like for a day in West Ada, right, for a router? So you're going to see some things that you would anticipate. So I thought about when I was a student, and I don't ever remember moving this much. I got on the bus, and I got off the bus at school. And sometimes maybe I stopped at a middle school first before we dropped off at the high school. Well, okay, so in the morning we have high school pickup. Then we have those CTE shuttles, right? So those kids hit the high school, and then we maybe transfer them over for a CTE program. And then maybe that driver goes on to a middle school route, and then even perhaps an elementary school route. And then after they hit elementary school, we have gifted and talented shuttles. So again, another shuttle that's moving. And we'll start to plan the pickup for PM kindergartners, and then we'll start to plan the take home for the AM kindergartners route. Oh, and then we got those CTE shuttles back because they got to get back to their home schools, right? And so then we'll talk about high schools, and we'll talk about middle school athletics and making sure that they're available for their trips. And then we'll talk about middle school students and taking them home, and then those GT shuttles come back to their home school, and then we bring those elementary kids home. So obviously a driver's not going to do this whole day, but I think it gives you a little context for how often we move students. And so that was new for me. I had obviously experienced it as the finance person at the district, but not to this kind of level, is that students are moving a lot. And so what that takes is a lot of coordination with how we move our students, and it also takes a lot of time, right? And so you just need to kind of keep those things in the back of your mind, especially since I'm going to give you an example, right? And so we're going to kind of walk through how timing can be a little bit of negative for us. So, right, so we talk about, I'll take an afternoon, right? And so we have one of those CTE shuttles that's going to head to their home school, right? And so let's say that shuttle is 5 to 10 minutes late. So that's not too bad. Right, so we're talking about 10 minutes before they get to the high school. Well, that single CTE shuttle right there, maybe it feeds into 4 or 5 high schools, so the students can take home. So now we have a couple buses that are sitting there 10 or 15 minutes while they're waiting for that shuttle to get there. Now when that shuttle gets there, the students got to quickly exit their bus. They got to get back on their bus. That takes another 5 minutes. So now we've changed from 10 minutes to 15 minutes. Right? And so then that high school driver does their route, and they turn around and go to the middle schools. Maybe the middle school kids took a couple minutes to get on the bus, and so now we're talking about 15 to 20, and you can see how just one movement of a student, one CTE shuttle perhaps that runs a couple minutes late, and what could happen? Could have been construction that day, right? So we got building going on everywhere, and so that impacted the route they were running. Or maybe there was an accident, a fender bender on the road, and that held them up 5 minutes or 10 minutes. Well, now that has trickled down effect all the way down to our elementary students because of the fact of how we're routing and moving kids. So just something to keep in mind. So we started the year, we were hoping for around 190 routes was what we were looking to be kind of like our planned day. All right, and so I'll tell you that was our hope. We didn't actually even start the year at it. We were already reducing routes because of the driver shortage to around 185. And so when we talk about the driver shortage, I guess what I want to share is that it is both a West Ada problem. We have it in our district, and we really have it nationwide. So there were some statistics. I wanted to throw out some numbers. There was a transportation survey that was done across the nation. 78% of school districts said that they were short drivers. To give you some examples, I pulled a couple. A school district in Georgia-Savannah was down 30%. So imagine that starting day one. Pittsburgh School District short 110 drivers the first day they started school. So just when you hear some of these things, and Idaho is not, we were not alone in that. Even some of our peers across the state, we had some of the same problems, right? As we started, we had driver shortages, we had drivers that were out on quarantine, we had drivers that were affected. And so what does that do each time we have a driver impact? Well, it impacts our routes and our timing. Again, back to those things that we talked about. So we start with what our hope is 190 routes. And like I said, we didn't even get to start this year. And then let's take a look at what happens during the day. So this is kind of an ideal staffing. If you were going to run 190 routes, right off the bat, what we would hope for is around 238 drivers that we would have, right? That would be in a perfect world. We would be able to manage everything. There would be no conversations about associated drivers. So, right, we would have 184 route drivers. Those are the people that you think about when you think about driving a bus. They're driving a reg ed route. They're driving a special education route. They're morning, they're afternoon. They're the bus driver as far as you're concerned. We'd have around 17 trip drivers. Those are the folks who choose to help out at middle schools, right? So middle school athletics, they'll come in the afternoon and they'll drive that route for the kiddos. They'll also perhaps help with field trips, which we're currently not able really to do a whole lot of because of our driver shortage. And then we'll have cover drivers. So those are the people that come in and fill in. I don't know, you know, they may not be interested in driving a route every day, but they're more than willing to help fill in, right, and help us meet a need. This 179 is around our current level depending on the day. Right, so 156 route drivers, so that's just 28 short. I'm going to show you a slide in a second where we're going to tell you how it kind of goes for the day once we have those drivers that are short. 9 trip drivers that were short, so again, we're trying to compress our middle school athletics, so again, the driver shortage is kind of making it a little bit more difficult for us to run all those. And then 19 cover drivers short. I'll be honest, the 6 cover drivers, I don't think you really call them cover drivers. They get called every day, right? So they're just drivers, right? You know, and they're kind of used to that. But again, that was not their plan as well. And so when we talk about trip drivers, when we talk about cover drivers, what we're talking about is people who are willing to say yes. And so they have said, you know, I understand that right now you're short drivers, and so I am going to be willing to help every day sometimes, even if that wasn't really my plan when I started. Or our trip drivers who really were just doing middle school athletics, but you know, sometimes we ask them, hey, could you help out with an elementary route? Because we have a driver who's out sick today. And so they say, okay, after I drop off those middle school kids, yeah, I'll pick that up. So we're grateful for those folks. So what happens, right? You saw that we were short drivers. Well, what do? So we'll pick a day. This was an average day, 40 routes to cover. Well, those 6 cover drivers, remember the ones that are really just drivers every day, they start coming in and filling in. 6 trip drivers, they in addition to their middle school athletics trip, they start getting assigned an elementary route in particular in the afternoon. Then we talk about staff members, these amazing people who were hired and they have a CDL, and that is phenomenal, and we're grateful that they do. But that wasn't actually their job today. Their job was to come in to route. Their job was to come in and help with student management. Their job was to come in and maybe just answer phones. But what we asked them to do today, I said, hey, can you get on a bus? Because we got to run that route. And so why don't you come in the morning, and then we'll have a couple hours where maybe you can start routing and, you know, filling in the holes and answer questions of parents and, you know, try to you know, maybe change a bus stop to try to help a kiddo out. And then can you jump on a bus in the afternoon? And so what we've taken their day is we've essentially said, well, you're going to be a bus driver. Oh, and also, can you help us out with this too? Because we'd really need you to do these things as well. Then we have 4 occasional drivers. These are the people who are even less interested in being a cover driver. They're just willing to fill in occasionally. Get the term, right? And so what happens is we say, why don't you come in? Come on, please. Will you come in and work for us today? And then we've got 12 other routes that we essentially start identifying. Can you drive this route? So I understand that you're in S38, but can you also pick up maybe S39's route, for example, and help us out a little bit? And so what does that cause? Well, that causes buses to run a little later, right? And so then we start to say, well, you have a 20-minute route, and now we're going to give you another 20-minute route before you maybe stop by the elementary school to pick up those kiddos. And so with all of these people out, what it causes is not only some timeliness issues, it causes us to ask a bunch of people to do some more work beyond what they planned, and they're wonderful folks and they're willing. But I talked about those staff members, and now they're all out of the building. And so now we have a reduced amount of staff that are in Cascade to be able to answer phones, right? So you're going to see how we've kind of looked at some ways to try to mitigate that. But you might have 2 people, 1 person who's handling dispatch traffic, because you got to have dispatchers there to help with buses. Maybe you have somebody else who's trying to help answer phones and also answer a phone call from a principal and try to help out with all those things. But again, here's some things that can happen on a day, right? You got radio traffic. You got a bus that breaks down, right? It just happens from time to time. You have school calls and then other things that need to be resolved. So what are some of the other challenges that we had in addition to the driver shortage? The bus portable. So I think you guys, a couple of us tried to use the bus portal, right? It would come up and then it would crash, right? And so we really had no clue why. We got, I want to thank Mark for getting his IT folks to essentially try every option before essentially just planning us on our own server. So graciously, Cascade has solved that problem. We've been tracking it every day. I don't know what you guys do on the weekends, but I check the bus portal every hour and a half to make sure it stays up. It's a very exciting task, and I plug in information, right? And so just know that that has been working, and so we'll start to get some information out. We really wanted to test it and monitor traffic and make sure it's working. Talked a little bit about the terminal staff on buses, but that really was a challenge. When we talked about it, we kind of knew some staff were going to have to drive. So we knew going into the year we're going to be short drivers, and so we're going to need you to drive. I don't think we knew exactly, one, how much it was going to be, and two, how much an impact that would be on Cascade's operations. So we learned, and we're trying to do some things to be able to pull those staff back in, bring their expertise exactly where we want them to be. Some routing challenges. So VersaTrans is the routing software that they use, and amazingly enough, Boise is growing so fast that their maps are not keeping up. So we have whole subdivisions that will not show up on the map yet. And so it's amazing when you try to route through a bus through a map that they said is nothing but sand and dirt. So, you know, what we've had to do is kind of continue to update maps and identify where these where new students are living so that we can try to get them routed as fast as possible. Traffic. I don't know about you guys, but I have experienced it every day. I'm sure you all do as well. And more importantly, not just the traffic on the road, because we do some routes and we try to test that, and so drivers can get used to those things. But really, it's the construction. That you might have construction work on Amity that all of a sudden causes your drivers out of the blue on, you know, the next day to route all the way around. Remember we talked about that, okay, it's 5 minutes late, that's okay, but when it gets 10 minutes late, and now then we got somebody else who's 15 minutes late and 20 minutes late, right? And that's what causes those issues. And then we've had some COVID quarantines, and you have staff that just, they call off, right? I'll be honest, it's been great to visit with Mark and learn a little bit about transportation. We have a pretty low absenteeism rate. It's hovering around 3% outside of our COVID quarantines. So we do have folks, just like we have at our schools, right? 10 to 15 people each day that are out because of COVID procedures. And so, you know, that obviously impacts our drivers, but really the rest of the folks, everybody who can be there is. And it's phenomenal to see they're coming in every day excited to help. So what have we been doing? All right, lots of things. So when we started to identify there were some challenges, we looked at ways we could fix them. One of the things we started was, I don't know what else to call it, so I've just been calling it the Fast Pass, but essentially we've been trying to get our buses out of the secondary level as fast as humanly possible. So we've asked our administrators to try to manage traffic. And so that means that we've asked them to hold up parent traffic, so I apologize if parents have had to wait a little while longer for picking up their kiddos, but really our goal was to get the buses in and get the buses out, right? So really every minute counts. And so we've been managing traffic to try to push them out. Middle school athletics, we've worked with the students, we've worked with the ADs to get those students and those buses to roll by 2:56. So we pull students out of class a few minutes early and try to get them on a bus, get them organized, and get them going. Because what happens, we've asked those wonderful trip drivers to pick up at elementary school, so the faster we can get them to that middle school and drop them off for athletics, the more timely they're going to be in getting to that elementary school to run that route so they can get back to their middle school athletic program. Told you a little bit about staff driving vans. We've also rented a bunch of vans from Enterprise. If you ever want to have a fun experience, try running 15 vans on a Monday over Labor Day weekend and having them come pick it up. The Enterprise staff were amazed. So we had a bus pull up to the airport. Everybody got off, and we picked up vans and drove home. It was really fun. It was quite a great experience for everybody, I think, or at least I really enjoyed it. So we have been using those vans every day, and really what they're doing is they're offsetting our lack of CDL drivers. So we've been able to identify some staff who don't have their CDL, might not be interested in getting their CDL, but then Cascade uses these vehicles to go pick up students. So sometimes we have a handful of students that are at a far portion of the route, and so perhaps we can increase timeliness by using a van. Sometimes we have 1 or 2 students we need to pick up in a certain place. Maybe we have some special education students that will qualify, and so we've been doing our best to really try to, again, mitigate that driver shortage however we can, and vans is one of the ways that we can do that. We've also looked at combining elementary PM routes, and so we had our administrators walked through and basically did a bus count of every single bus they had in their elementary schools, and then they walked, and then we've shared some information with Cascade to try to say, can we start doing some consolidation? And this is stuff that normally Cascade would have taken care of, you know, so, you know, but our job is to help them. And part of the reason they couldn't do this is because, remember, they're all on a bus. So they probably know their bus route that we've asked them to cover, but they haven't necessarily been able to evaluate everything. So again, this is how we as the district have been able to help them and grow that partnership. We've done some other things, terminal updates. We've brought in some temp staff to try to help with answering the phones, because again, lots of people are on buses. We're fixing a radio system just to go from analog to digital, so I think that will help as well. The bus portal updates we talked about, Mark has done a great job of getting that done. And then I think this speaks a lot to West Ada, is we have a lot of staff who have said, well, I'll get my CDL, I'll drive a bus, you know, and I think while we want them to be doing the work they're doing, I think that showing that commitment is important, right? Is that we have recognized, hey, this is a challenge that we can't just ask Cascade to do by themselves, right? The driver shortage is real and it's going to be here. And so part of it is, how do we help? And so we've had a lot of staff who are saying, well, I'm willing to, especially in our athletics areas, have said, well, I'll drive the middle school athletic trip. I'm already going with those kids anyway. I'll drive the bus. And so we're working with Cascade to look at, what does CDL training look like? How does it look like for our staff? And how do we use that in a way that's going to work for us? So I promised you some good news. So I've told you a lot of challenges. I've told you a lot of things we're going to fix. But Mark is going to give you some update on hiring. You want to come on up here, Mark?
Welcome.
Good evening, trustees, West Ada School District administrators. Thank you, Mr. Gillen. First of all, I would like, can you guys hear me okay? Can you hear me okay now? All right, sorry about that. I do want to thank the school district, Mr. Gillen, his team, Mr. Huntley as well. They have been instrumental in helping us pivot and shift throughout the course of the balance so far of this school year already to try to combat the ever-present challenges on the driver front. To Mr. Gillen's point, the numbers have improved already from the statistics that he pulled together last week. Currently, we are sitting at 186 drivers, so we have grown a little bit since the report was created in the first place. Second of all, we have 15 drivers in training right now, 16 actually. We have some road tests scheduled for this week. Those hopefully are successful. That should get some new drivers already in the seat this week. Today when I was at the terminal, we had 2 extra pre-certified drivers come in. That means they have CDL components already, so should be quick studies to get there. I do want to, again, thank Mr. Gillen and his team. It has been a challenge. What I will say about Mr. Gillen and his team, and also Mr. Gomez, Ms. Linek, and Mr. Anderson, is they have been steadfast in their resolve. While this challenge is national on a lot of levels, we have remained committed to attacking the challenge from both fronts, not only retaining our current employees and also recruiting and attracting the new candidates as well. So some good news on that front. It is optimism. A few weeks ago, we didn't have a pipeline to speak of, to be honest with you. The application process and the application count was extremely limited, so we're very encouraged by the fact that things are starting to open up a little bit. We are making sure that our trainers are available. They're working nights and weekends, trying to avoid the burnout factor to make sure that we are incorporating proper training for these folks, but also working around the dedicated schedules they have during the day to make sure we continue to move those folks along the pipeline as quick as possible. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, now we can stand for any questions you have.
Thank you. Is there any questions from trustees? I'm like, what? Trustee Ozuna.
Somebody else can go first if they'd like. I really appreciate the partnership. There has been times in the past when we've heard a lot, the trustees have heard a lot more, and I think what that says is that the communication's going out to parents. I think that's a big part of it. Even though there's challenges, people kind of know what's happening. I think the nationwide shortage, people are well aware of that too. My question, and I don't know, Mr. Gillen, if you're the right one, I occasionally get an update, right? The bus is going to be 20 minutes late, or the drop-off's going to be 20 minutes late. For me, it's kind of hit or miss. It's not very often. But my question is it like that for other parents, or are there some consistencies? And if there are, do we have some kids that are getting hurt in the classroom, or some teachers that are having this extra burden because of tardiness of buses or missing class time, or what does that look like for our students?
Absolutely. Trustee Ozuna, members of the board. Yes, so it is like that. To be completely honest, right, based on the driver shortage that we have a lot of people who are picking up a lot of extra routes. And so we do have students who are coming late. We have students who are having longer bus rides in the evenings than we would like, right? And I think I hinted a little bit at that service level, and that's what Cascade and the district that we're, quite frankly, we're not happy with, right? That we want to make better for our students. And I think the driver of that is going to be helping us fill this driver shortage, along with the things we're doing to mitigate and work through this. So I can tell you that we are having those situations. We are working as part of our process really on communication and making sure we get that out, and making sure that not only parents receive it when they should, but if they don't, let's try to figure out why. You know, are you making sure you're signed up for the text messages? Are we making sure we're getting that out? Are we perfect? By no means will I say we are. But I think it's something that we're both committed to working on and continuing to work through. We have conversations pretty much every day about how we make sure that we can communicate better with our parents, and make sure that they're aware of not only the impact of the late bus, but perhaps some of the reasons why, so that we can try to help them and as we work through this.
Follow up? Can I? Thank you. Maybe in today, not what's been going on the previous few weeks, but where we're at today, can you give me some idea of what the scope of that looks like? How many buses are late getting to class, or how many buses are late, or maybe even a student count, or a percentage, or how big is this challenge right now?
I'm looking to pull the audience because I don't have that information right in front of me.
And Mr. Gillen, maybe you could just send it also if that's easier.
Yeah, I
but
think
it is something that I would like to know. And then once these drivers are on, kind of what does that look like?
Yeah, Chair and trustees, Dr. Bubb, I think that's part of really what we'd like to start putting together. So I know you don't want to talk about a couple weeks ago, but a couple weeks ago the pipeline wasn't as positive, right? And so we were working through our challenges and trying to mitigate some of those risks and saying, what does that look like? I think with the addition of our pipeline, we can start looking at, okay, where are we running late? Where are some things we're just not meeting the service levels we want to? We can identify those numbers, and then really, how are we going to start mitigating those? So what does that look like, and how do we both retain our current set of drivers, but also help with resolving these problems as well? And again, also just kind of helping make sure that the staff that we have are feeling loved, and that they know they're doing a great job, and that we keep them as well. So that's the hope with all of it. And so this is not really, I guess from a board presentation, here's the update, but there's more things that are going to come. Like we are continuing to work, I can tell you every day, just on how do we make things better for our students and how do we move forward.
Thank you. Is there other questions? Trustee Buffy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not really a question, just a comment to follow up on Trustee Ozuna's comment about my neighborhood, my area. We've been receiving text messages probably about every other day about delays and everything, but I would say that that myself and that neighbors, we really do appreciate the communication, though. Even though there has been a lot of delays and everything, we've seen an improvement in communication, so really appreciative of that. And of course, RD, I think, is a great addition, and West Ada is lucky to have them. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple quick questions for you. So just overall, I've heard, so I want to put some data behind it, that we actually have less students on the buses this year because parents got frustrated and decided to start driving. So what's our student count from last year to this year as far as overall riders? And are we higher or lower, about the same? Where are we at that way?
I'm going to pull the audience. RD? I might have just pulled RD up here without an answer, so that's not going to be super helpful. But so I don't have that data right in front of me. I think a lot of it we're still compiling, and so I think that's information that we could get you in context, and then we can send it over to the board. Okay. Unless you would like to.
I can tell you the ridership is down
okay.
From what it has been previously, but it's not really down a lot from what it was last year with COVID. So we're seeing that there are some adjustments being made at the middle school level and the elementary level with routes because of some of this that's lower. But it's pretty much the same as what it's been for the last 18 months.
Okay, thank you. And you might have to stay up here for this. So what do we pay bus drivers, and what kind of benefits do they get today through Cascade Transportation?
Well, the starting rate for bus driver right now is $16.50 or $16.81. $1,691, so it has gone up a little bit. There is a lot of experienced bus drivers that are making a lot more money than that. So their wages are very competitive in that market. And there's benefits, really, other than 401ks, there's not a lot of external benefits that go with it. They have their holidays, they have their summers off, they get to collect unemployment all summer long. They get more vacation time than most of us do. But it is something that, because it's a contract, you don't get the same kind of benefits that you might if you were a school district.
Thank you. So, and this is probably more for you, Mr. Gillen, than for RD. So, I really, really appreciate the partnership, because I think what we're doing right now is trying to kind of put all hands on deck and get what we can get done for kids, right? But I want to look a little longer term, and one of the things that when you contract for services, one of the things that comes with contracting for services is service level agreements. You know, and in the business world, service level agreements, like performance guarantees, that kind of stuff, when you don't meet those, you pay a penalty. So how does that work for Cascade Transportation with us?
Madam Chair and trustees, that's a great question. I'll be honest, I haven't yet worked with our legal team on what that looks like, so I would dare to answer, but I do want it. I think that's part of what we're committed to working through with Cascade, is increasing that partnership and that service level. So really the two of us working together to understand what are the needs of our students, what are the needs of the school district and Cascade, and how we work to make sure that we necessarily maybe don't have to have that conversation, right? We work through solving the concerns that we have and work to provide the transportation services that all of our parents and students anticipate and expect.
Yeah, one of the things that struck me, so, and maybe this is the last question, is we didn't have a pipeline a couple weeks ago. We think we have one now. What changed? Do you know?
Madam Chair and trustees, let me. I'm going to phone another friend, and Paul Gomez, the operations manager, will be able to come in and speak to that.
Thank you, board members. Thank you. What I'd like to first of all say, we have had a pipeline all summer. We've had an average of about 20 people in our pipeline all summer long. Our hiring was not as good this summer as we would usually like to see. Usually, I mean, we hired 20 people over the summer, so we were doing pretty good. Not as good as I'd like to see, but we did have a pipeline, so nothing. We haven't changed our recruiting. I mean, I have one of the best recruiting teams I've ever seen in the 5 locations I've worked for. So we have had a pipeline. But I mean, for the start of the school year, this is a very good pipeline for any district I've worked for, any contract. So, you know, I just want to say that we have had a pipeline. Nothing specifically changed, except that we don't have the time right now to recruit like we were over the summer. I mean, we were constantly recruiting. I have a great team. We were working weekends, nights, hitting every event that we could, and we're still trying to do that, but it's hard when everybody's driving routes all the time. So we did have a pipeline. So just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. Mr. Gillen, just some kind of thoughts. One of the things that I think we're all going to probably have to get used to is that the workforce shortage isn't going away. When you start to look at kind of what's going on in trends nationally, there was a fair number of retirements through COVID, and the workforce isn't coming back in at the rate that people retired early or retired because they didn't want to deal with working in this environment. And so we're all hitting it, right? Mm-hmm. And so the question in my mind is, how do we create a structure and a benefit package and a contract and a service level structure that we're not in this situation next year and the year after and the year after that? And so maybe there's a partnership there that does that. Maybe it's a different structure for our contracting for busing. I don't know, but I think we need to strategically think about how that's going to look so that at the end of the day, a year from now, we don't have to have this same conversation. And so that would be my encouragement, that we start now to think about what next year looks like on this.
Yeah. So, Madam Chair and trustees, Dr. Bubb, so you and I are in direct alignment with that. I can tell you that once we kind of get through October, and we're hopeful that things start settling in. Part of our plan is really to look at the transportation model in partnership with folks here in the district and in Cascade, and look at at what it is we need to do differently. How do we turn that process upside down, and how do we try to make it more effective in light of the fact that we all know that the driver shortage is probably here to stay in some way, shape, or form. And so what does that look like for next year? What does that look like for the year after? What does that look like operationally? We've already had some really good conversations of just process improvements that we feel like we can all make and things that we can do to try to figure out and identify more of what our ridership's going to look like and where the students are located. So we've already started that conversation in small pieces, along with really just solving today's problems. And so I think what you're going to start to see is us start to turn that process entirely upside down and look at what does it look like and how does that impact our students and our schools, and what does it look like next year, so again, we're not having this conversation.
Thank you. So Sherry, put them on the agenda for March or April for an update.
I like it.
All right. Thank you all. Thank you all in the back too for coming and being at the meeting with us. Appreciate it. All right, Mr. Myers, this should be easy.
All right, good evening, Madam Chair, trustees, Dr. Bubb. I get the opportunity this evening to talk about ISAT, do a quick data review, and then our instructional response as learning leaders here in West Ada. The first, I thought I would talk a little bit about the why around ISAT, including the purpose of it, and talk about pros and cons in regards to our response to instruction. So ISAT is a yearly spring summative assessment that presents an overall measurement of students' mastery of standards in the Idaho content standards for ELA, literacy, and mathematics. There's also a science component to that, but for this presentation, we're going to focus on those two subject areas, knowing that science is presented at targeted grade levels, and our response instructionally is just a little different. So in ELA, literacy, and mathematics, those are grades 3rd through 8th grade, it includes 10th grade as well. Those scores are reported as levels 1 through 4, with 3 and 4 indicating proficiency toward those standards at those grade levels. It is a one-time snapshot in which students take those assessments, typically in ELA literacy, it's composed of 2 tests. One's a performance assessment, the other is a comprehensive assessment of skills within that standards, and that's also the same within mathematics. It is a snapshot of a student's performance toward those mastery of standards on that one time, on that one day, in that particular classroom at that grade level. These are the scores for the vast majority that are reported on our continuous improvement plan that comes before you tonight too, and we report those yearly by grade level. To respond instructionally, one of the tools that we use is to look at cohort data rather than individual grade level yearly comparisons. And I'd like to talk about the difference. The first grade level yearly comparisons would be something like this. We take a 3rd grade group in the spring in 2019, and we compare them to 3rd grade in the spring of 2021. The reason it spans 2 years there is because in 2020, we didn't take the spring ISAT as a result of response to COVID that way across the state. And so essentially what you're doing is you're taking this group of students who have then moved on to other grade levels and comparing that same grade level group of students, even though they're not the same students. What's similar to them is the grade level they happen to be in when they take the test, and the test that's presented to them based upon the grade level they're in. It is a differing group of students when you take a look at data that way. And then in addition, it limits your instructional change and analysis of best practice, because those students that you're taking a snapshot of their mastery toward those standards have moved on to other grade levels. And then so to apply some of the key instructional strategies in response to where those students were at, in a sense you're comparing apples to oranges, even though you're assessing the same level of standards. What we typically do, and where we set our instructional goals and make instructional changes, outside of identifying those on the continuous improvement plan, is we look at cohort data. A cohort is a group of students, grouped for a particular reason, and in this situation it would be around grade levels, where they're at in that time and where they move into further grade levels. So an example would be that same 3rd grade group in 2019, taking a look at their progress as identified on ISAT in 5th grade of 2021. So in 2020, they would have been 4th graders, not tested at that time frame, but it would be looking at that same group of students, although some students obviously are going to move and leave within that particular cohort, and new students will be coming in. For the vast majority, we're looking at the same group of students within that cohort group. And we do that in many circumstances, not just grade level, but we look at individualized supports that we provide to students, particular identifications for students in regards to how we respond to them instructionally. And it's really meant to be one snapshot of a movement of a group and grade level of students as they progress through their learning journey. So it's meant to say this group of students that were third graders in 2019 in our example, how have they progressed through their journey toward those mastery of Idaho content standards as they move through our system? What has been our impact on student learning? What has been their mastery of those standards as they progress through that learning journey? By doing that through those cohorts, it promotes an instructional response based on students' learning sequence over time. So their scope and sequence of with us from K-12, K-10 is what we're measuring, but through K-12 that way, really taking a look at how is our response to instruction and response to student needs impacting their learning as measured by the ISAT test. And it really helps define, when you take a look at data through a cohort, of process over product, and an opportunity to take a look at systemic response through professional learning communities, which is the way in which we get learning done in West Ada through that professional learning community's continuous improvement model. And it allows us to look at process over product, because when you take one snapshot in time for one particular grade level, those students have moved on. They take that test in April, early May, they leave with us for the summer, and then a new group of students comes with us. And so in a sense, what it tells us is what we just did, what took place over the course of the year, and then we start that process all over again. By looking at cohort data, it allows us to self-reflect on our instructional practices and how it impacted student learning over the course of time as those students move through our system and in their learning journey.
Mr. Myers, can I just qualify what you just said? Comparing third graders now to third graders last year isn't the right way to look at this data.
To respond instructionally, Chairwoman Johnson, to respond instructionally to students that way, it is more effective to look at cohort data rather than year by year.
You have to look at the students' learning over time in order to even
Correct.
evaluate learning loss or whether or not learning progress has been made.
That is the best way to do that in order to respond. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so in ISAT 2020-2021 results, this is a snapshot of ELA, English Language Arts, in comparison to statewide results and where we're at in West Ada. There's much to celebrate here. But again, our continuous improvement means that we're going to continue to push these learning targets as identified in our continuous improvement plan and our goals for 21-22. Conversely, or not conversely, but similarly, this is our cohort data. You'll notice that that example I used earlier about 3rd to 5th grade, that was 62 to 68% and so on as we move through those grade levels. You'll notice some increases and a decrease in particular grade levels, but again, I'll talk at the end of this about what is our plan for instructional response for the decreases in cohorts. And then this also is our ISAT math data in 2020-2021. Again, our results outperform the state of Idaho. However, we're going to continue to move that target, move that mark, and strive for achievement for all students in West Ada, knowing that this isn't where we want to land. And so we do have an instructional response for this as well. Again, in identifying that instructional response, we use cohort data. This is our math cohort data. There were some pretty significant decreases in that from 2019 to 2021. Some challenges associated with that, but regardless, also some celebrations that we'll talk about in just a moment, as well as our instructional response as a team. So what are our celebrations? The first, 2019 and 2021 presented a significant number of challenges and barriers to achievement. Despite that, our students, teachers, and administrators and families persevered in spite of it. I think there's just the opportunity to do the amount of learning at home, to achieve in the amount of learning that students had to be able to show on a level of independence, and at the same time, our teachers who rose to the challenge of a pivoted instructional model, changed instructional models very quickly, significantly impacting student achievement and the opportunity for that, but at the same time wanting to make absolutely sure that we met what those impacts could be. And so although we did see decreases in some of those cohort data, I can tell you that those decreases aren't anything that we can't plan for and strive to achieve and fill those learning gaps. And we're absolutely committed to that. That same level of commitment was shown over the past couple of years where we rose to those challenges and persevered with an instructional change that impacted all of us. Increases in ELA learning is measured by ISAT across those cohorts. We did see in ELA that there were some pretty significant increases in ELA data. Again, those aren't results that we're going to stick with and stay with. We are happy with that, but however, we know that student achievement is paramount to all, and we're going to increase those goals as identified in the SIP plan as well. And then the ISAT results do give us opportunities to target learning gaps and address that through systemic processes, where not only are we identifying learning gaps at the end of the school year and addressing those with our instructional systems, but what we have in place as we start this school year, and I'll talk about that in the next slide, as far as formative measures, where we're going to take a look at that data as we progress through the year, assess student learning toward those guaranteed outcomes, make sure that we respond instructionally with interventions, changes in core instruction and enrichment, and making sure that we continue to monitor our impact rather than wait to the end of the school year on an ISAT test that way. So our areas of focus in the work so far, these are things that we have gone over before, but I just want to highlight some of those key areas. First of all, that systemic PLC, or professional learning community process, that is our continuous improvement process here in West Ada. It is evidence-driven and research-based driven improvement. It all has to do with identifying what we want students to learn, how the adults are going to support that. It talks about how we know they've learned it through assessment practices along the way rather than at the end of the school year. It talks about short and long-term goal setting, implementing best strategies and research-based strategies at that time frame, and then benchmarking, which means assessing along the way toward those guaranteed outcomes. This system takes place about every 9 to 10 weeks within West Ada, and like Dr. Bubb alluded to earlier in his address, we're starting with the assessment process for our high school math and ELA outcomes as we move forward over the next couple of weeks. It does provide a very high level of clarity around what we want students to know, do, and be able to understand, and how we as educators drive that system to ensure those results for students. Another focus is math achievement. We saw in that cohort data that we definitely have some learning gaps and some areas of need within mathematics. I can tell you that we poured a tremendous amount of resources, training, and support into mathematics instruction at a core level, which means first-time instruction for students in a classroom, and then also at an intervention level through materials, resources, and additional professional development. We have identified lead teachers in high school and in middle school math coaches through something called a feeder system, where we provide coaches at elementary sites who work directly with alignment in 6th grade with 6th grade coaches, because in looking at our cohort data, that is a significant area of need where students transition from 5th to 6th grade and then from 9th to freshman. And then also increased support in our math curriculum department. Our math curriculum department has grown exponentially, given the amount of resources and just fantastic personnel who are there and working directly with our teachers. I can tell you that the district service center is a pretty empty place Tuesday through Friday, because these wonderful people are out in buildings working with teachers, working with coaches and students to improve instruction across West Ada. And then lastly, our Leadership Institute. We know that a effective building principal and effective school administration in our schools makes all the difference, as well as the incredible teachers, learners, students, and parents that we have supporting that. It takes that leader to direct and facilitate that learning within the classrooms and lead within that environment. And so as we build up our leaders through the Institute, that also will have a correlation with student achievement as well. As an example of that, this is a photo that I took this morning. These are our principals who were in our largest meeting room here in the DSC, and essentially the conversations that you can't hear through this photograph are specific to analyzing student data and where we're at on those benchmark assessments, identifying short-term and long-term goals, looking at kids from a student-by-student perspective and a kid-by-kid, skill-by-skill, but also around how we're going to support those teachers, how we're going to provide targeted and intentional professional development and learning for our leaders and for our teachers to help drive that student achievement, and implementing strategies that are high-impact strategies that will move that achievement needle. The great thing about that is that they identified those, they communicated that with each other. So those are common goals across those tables that you see, and they're represented each of the schools in those pictures. Those are our building principals and administrators. And really making some of those building-wide decisions across a team of learners, across a team of principals, who then are working toward those common goals and common strategies where they can help support each other, so that it doesn't become just a matter of the principal being able to implement those strategies, but how they work together as a team, how they communicate that with district leadership, and then how we support them together as a whole through those systemic processes. And so that's exciting to see. The other piece behind that is what they communicated to us. Dr. Bubb and I had a conversation earlier today in regards to how we can communicate those goals and progress to the board and to our patrons, so that we can celebrate along with them when we do move that student achievement needle.
Mr. Myers, just a real quick question.
Yes.
Since I've been on the board, which is a little less than 2 years, I've never heard of this happening. Is this the first time ever?
Well, Chairwoman Johnson, the PLC process within West Ada has something that's been happening for quite a while.
Yeah, I've heard of that one.
As far as a systemic response where it goes beyond the doors of a schoolhouse, that is new to what's happening this year. We have had incredible collaborative teams meeting here in West Ada throughout a number of years, people who have moved the needle in learning. The difference is, though, is that we're identifying those goals strategically across collaborative teams that way so that we can help support and build each other, so that we can bring that system up together rather than individual pockets of that taking place. We're just ensuring that it's happening across West Ada and really being able to have the opportunity to celebrate together just with the really great people that we have.
Perfect, thank you.
Absolutely. All right, and with that, I'd be happy to stand with any more questions that you may have.
Actually, before I let that go, I think one of the things that we all hear a lot is consistency, right? And not enough consistency across what happens in our schools. So I don't want to let go of the fact that you're addressing that right here, right now in a new way, and it's really appreciated. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have some incredible leaders and some incredible teachers and students who are going to rise to the occasion.
Is there any questions from the board? Mr. Myers, you gave us a presentation on the CIP plan last board meeting, I believe. And I just want to call out some things that you probably kind of glossed over that I think are I want to call out some differences in how Dr. Bubb's leadership and your leadership and some other folks have changed just how we're talking about these and how we're setting goals. So I'm looking at the 2021 performance targets for math across the district. And this year, so what we're targeting to achieve for next year, what we're filing with the state, you're looking across all of the target levels, and I see a 10 to 20% increase is the target that you're setting with the teachers, with the students, with everybody to get those scores up, not only to if we had or when we had some learning loss from COVID, but actually past that point in 1 year. So that's in the math side of things. And then I believe it's not quite as high because we were already higher in the ELA, but we have between 5 and 10% growth past where we're at. So the targets you're setting are way past targets, at least in the 2 years that I've watched the CIP plan be approved. You're actually pushing, well, not you, I think the team, right, is pushing harder and better and together to do a much different systematic structure and education for our kids. And I don't want to lose that sight because I think when we come back next year, even if we don't hit those goals, but we move faster, farther, because we've set those farther goals, I think that is it's a commendable way to start to move our system in a different way, and I appreciate it.
Madam Chair, I appreciate that, and I very much appreciate the support of the board in setting such ambitious goals that way. The process for identifying those goals and creating those goals starts with our building leaders, who then are having conversations with their building teams, their teacher teams there to say, what do we want our goals to be for next year? What are ambitious goals? Where do we want our students to be? And then using that data that's sent to us as far as long-term goals at individual buildings, that's how we come up with those goal structures there in each grade level. I do, in having those conversations and where our teachers and leaders are so admirable is that they know that with all the percentages in that spreadsheet, there's a face behind every single one of those names, and there's a student behind each and every one of those. For every percent that we are above the mark, that is a celebration. For every percent that we're below the mark, that is something we want to absolutely make sure that we're addressing, because there is a face and a student and a future behind each one of those percentages. And so knowing that, I think that that's absolutely where that inspiration comes from, and that willingness to shoot the moon in a goal and make sure that we're going to do everything we can to get there and celebrate tremendously when we get there, and continue to strive to be the absolute best, not just the biggest. So thank you.
Yeah. The other thing that I wanted to call out is when we did the superintendent interviews, we as a group, and you were there and Dr. Bubb was there as a candidate, we toured the schools, and one of the things that came out in that tour was the fact that our elementary schools and our middle schools and our high schools were not all systematically talking to each other around math instruction. It was kind of an eye-opener that we didn't really have an end-to-end process around how we grow math education in the district. And that happened in, I think, what we're in April. And then we met this summer in July. And so 2 months later, you all presented this plan to us as a starting point of, here's what we want to tackle this next year. And then you came to us, a work session about a month ago and said, here's what we want to do as our targets. And then now you're coming to us and saying we just met on our first level of assessments. And in October, you're going to come to us again with here's where we're at. That is some quick turnaround. And again, appreciate the fact that you're taking this systematic approach and moving us in a different direction in this area. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good leadership. All right, any other questions, comments? You guys are quiet today. All right, Mr. Myers, I think you're up again, right?
I am. All right, Madam Chair, Trustees, and Superintendent Dr. Bubb, I bring to you the third reading of 602.20, Academic Freedom and Responsibility in Teaching Controversial Issues. I'd like to update you on the work that was done between the second reading and tonight. No changes were made to the content of the policy. One minor revision was to include the language of using valid and reliable instructional resources per the definition of such under Part B. Minor formatting revisions were made as well. I do want to thank the members of this policy committee for their time, insight, and professionalism that led to the finalized document we have before you today. Again, once the policy is approved, a plan is already in place to review the policy each year with all staff through our yearly mandatory employee training. Additionally, and through our curriculum instruction department, and specific to teachers of subjects who may encounter this policy more often, there is training already planned for the first 2 weeks in October. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Trustee Ozuna.
Mr. Myers, thank you. You know, I looked through the comments that we received for our board meeting tonight, and I went back again and looked at the comments that we received for the board meeting for our second reading, and I didn't see any updates or comments from patrons specific to this policy. I also didn't receive any emails on it. I'm just wondering if you did. Since I did receive some before the first reading, I just wondered if anything else has trickled in or if our staff is comfortable with where this has ended.
Trustee Ozuna and Chairwoman Johnson, as far as specific formal input provided outside of phone calls here and there from patrons and parents that I addressed individually one-on-one and having those conversations, I have not received that input either. The minor revision that was noted, what I talked about earlier, was in response to our curriculum instruction department and making sure that we have alignment about that term, valid and reliable, and wanted to make sure that was part of our training as well, as far as what resources teachers are accessing and teaching students what is a valid and reliable resource in regards to that. So that was the one piece of input that I did receive that way.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
And now, Mr. Roberts. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Trustees, Dr. Bubb. You have before you the Title IX policy as amended. This is the third reading, and again, with this one, there was no changes since there was no comments after the second reading, and so I would stand for any questions.
Thank you. Is there any questions or comments? All right. We are going to take about a 5-minute break so we can get Ms. Echeverria on the phone, and then we'll come back for the last part of our discussion. So we'll come back at 8:30. Thank you. All right, welcome back. And now we have in front of us Karen Echeverria from the Idaho School Board Association, and we'll be talking about this year, just like the legislature is going through a redistricting process every 10 years when the census comes out. Trustees also go through something similar. So, Karen, thanks for joining us tonight, and hoping you'll walk us through kind of how this works and then what we've got in front of us for a rezoning recommendation.
Well, thank you for having me. I miss everybody so much. I appreciate you letting me chime into the meeting. So just to let you know, what we've done so far is we've sent maps out to all of the school districts that are the current zones that you have, and we overlaid that over the recent census data that was released in September. It should have been released last spring, and then all of this would have been done before the November election occurred, but because of COVID, the census data didn't get released until August 12th. So it's later than usual, and actually it's a year later. But all the maps are now out to the school districts, and we've asked you to take a look at your census data, because one of the requirements the State Board of Education has is that your zones need to be within a 10% variance of each other. Just like with the legislative districts, they'll have sort of a target population that they want each zone to meet, and then you have to be within that that variance, and then of course you have to have contiguous zones. So I've already received a draft map back from your office staff, getting you within those percents of variance. And your largest zone will be around 51,000, and your smallest at 49,500. So they did a really nice job of getting you within the variance of that. So we'll do that, and then what we do is we'll draw you another new map, an official map with all of your zones. We'll redraft your legal description. We send that to the State Board of Education, and then they will likely approve it as long as it meets all of their requirements. They'll approve it, and then we'll send a final map back to you. It will be up to the district to make sure that the county clerk has a copy of the new map and the legal description for the next time that there's an election. This will not happen until after the election in November. I believe that the State Board is going to meet sometime in December to approve all of the official maps and rewrite the legal descriptions and the rewritten legal descriptions. Amy did write to me earlier today and mentioned that she was going to ask me a question about the size of legislative districts, because I know you all talked about at one point in time whether or not you should have more than 5 zones. I didn't disagree with her on that because you have such a large district, but there's no provision in the current law that allows you to go above 5 unless you combine with another district. For instance, if you combined with CUNA or some other district that's next to yours, then you could add more seats to your district, but otherwise that can't be done. But your target zone population for each of your districts is 50,110. And just to let you know, the target population for a legislative district in Idaho is 52,546. So it's about 2,000 more than a target population for your trustee zones. So that gives you an idea of the massive size of your district in relationship to legislative districts around the state. Are there any questions that I can answer for anyone?
Karen, I'm going to call them out if we have some in the room. A quick one. I believe that one of the things that we needed to do was approve the recommendation within 10 days of receiving it so that you guys could do the next steps in the process. Is that correct?
If you could, we're asking for approval of the draft maps, and the reason for that is we've got 110 maps to do in 120 days, and actually we've only got about 90 days left. And my concern is that we're not going to be able to get the new maps back to you in time to get it approved and in front of the State Board of Education within that 120-day time frame. So what we've asked the district is to have you approve the draft map that they have sent to us. And then if anything changes, which looking at your numbers, I sincerely doubt it will change, but if anything changed, we would of course send that back and then have the board reapprove that. And then that way we'll assure that we get that to the State Board of Education within the statutory deadline of 120 days.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any questions from trustees? Any comments, thoughts? Trustee Kloppenstein.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you very much for Mr. Echeverria and for ISBA taking care of this process, and it's been very seamless. I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Karen, one of the things...
I'm up to my eyeballs in maps right now. So.
you and that redistricting committee at the legislature, I'm sure, ready to stop staring at maps.
Yeah, I've been communicating with Elizabeth Moen, who's doing the legislative redistricting, so we've been commiserating.
Hey, one of the things, and I don't know if this is a question for you, or I don't know who the staff members are for us that actually put these maps together, but one of the things that I've just started watching is that what's really nice from a school board perspective, because these are nonpartisan positions, is that you have diversity in your zones, right? So we have diversity in thought across our districts in our zones. What it looks like kind of in the map structure right now is that we're kind of shifting to creating some contiguousness in zone 3, shifting a little bit of zone 1 over, and then shifting a little bit of zone 4 down. And I just wondered if, and what we've seen basically is what's happening is those are the growth areas, right, in the zones. And so the zones that are growing, so zone 2 and zone 1 are really getting smaller. And then zone 3 and zone 5, which are landlocked, are actually getting bigger because the population is moving out. I just wondered if there was any thoughts or looks at how to create and make sure we still have diversity in the zones. And I don't know who from the district created these maps.
Madam Chair, Marcy Horner creates those maps, and I think she does it just based on easiest movement of population while keeping the zone together.
Mr. Bubb, is there a way for us to get a couple options in front of us?
Madam Chair, yeah, absolutely. I can work with Marcy on that.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other questions? All right. We do have an action, so if the board chooses and wants to adopt tonight, I'd kind of like to see a couple other options just to see what the different ways this could look would be. I also know when you're talking about running in a zone, keeping that freeway line is actually a really nice boundary line for just being able to connect to patrons. So that would be my one feedback, is if there's a way to kind of keep that freeway line where we can, keep that boundary line. So where I-84 is at, it looks like we're starting to, we had been keeping zones split by that line, but we haven't yet. So, and then I don't know how it aligns to our school boundaries as well. So that would be my other question. But with that, that's just a little feedback for Marcy and Dr. Bubb. And
Madam Chair, Karen, are you still on the phone? What does that look like as far as our timeline goes? If we do not approve tonight, can you?
Yeah, we can extend that out for you for a few more days. I think October 10th is going to be our drop dead deadline because of the work we have to do. So that would be the problem from your end, whether or not you could get a couple more options put together for us by October 10th. Because we have to have it to the state board ahead of time for them to get their agenda item done.
Okay. Karen, we have our next board meeting on the 11th. Could we hit you on the 11th?
Let me take a look here and see what I got back from the state board. 10/11. Yeah, if you could do it, so that'd be 2 weeks from tonight, right?
Yep.
And then if you could approve something then and then have Marcy and or Sherry send that to me on the 12th, that would be okay.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Uh-huh.
All right. Karen, thank you so much for your time and for
you bet.
Patiently.
Have a good evening, everyone.
You too. Bye, Karen.
Bye.
All right. With that, we move into the action items on the agenda. And it's open for motions. Trustee Kloppenstein.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would move that revised policy 602.20, academic freedom and teaching controversial issues, be approved as presented.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. It's been moved by Trustee Kloppenstein and seconded by Trustee Buffy that we approve revised policy 602.2, academic freedom and teaching controversial issues policy. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries 4-0. I should note here, Trustee Kofelt has an excused absence for tonight. So, next item up on the agenda is revised policy 403.8, Title IX non-discrimination policy. And it's open for motions.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion.
Trustee Buffy.
Thank you. I move that we adopt revised policy 403.8, Title IX non-discrimination policy.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded that we adopt revised policy 403.8, Title IX non-discrimination policy. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries 4-0. And then we have the trustee rezoning. And again, it is totally up to the board if we can make an action to adopt, amend, modify, or no action tonight. So those are the options in front of the board. And I would say open for motions. Trustee Ozuna.
Madam Chair, I would move that we bring this back to our meeting on October 11th in order to look at another map or two.
Thank you. Is there a second? I'll second. So it's been moved and seconded that the board bring the trustee rezoning back to the board at the October 11th meeting with some options from the staff. Is there any discussion? Trustee Kloppenstein.
Madam Chair, yeah, I personally don't have an issue with bringing it back. Obviously, it's not a timely, they can fit it within their schedule. I'm just curious, you say it's not it's an issue about, breaking the lines at I-84. What exactly would be the concern, if I may?
Yeah, so just looking at kind of how the trustee has to cover a zone and how the schools are set up. So just the I-84 line is a really nice line when you're talking about meeting with patrons, knocking on doors, talking to people in your community. So where we can, I think that's a nice line if we can keep it. I don't know if we can or we can't, but I think just having the opportunity to look at more than one option gives us that ability to look at it that way and see if it is an option or if it isn't. Without the numbers in front of us for all the different options and only one option in front of us, I just thought it would be good for us to get that information and see.
I appreciate that. Thank you for the explanation.
Thank you. Trustee Buffy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So are you referring to the Zone 3, the I-84 here that's going, then this 4,223 will be going up into?
Yeah, I was looking at that one, and then I was looking at there's some other Highway 16, 2026 lines up above, so along Zone 4 there as well.
Okay, because
this one has a little bit of a break.
Right, there's already, yeah, that one's already over the freeway line, and then, so for Zone 4, that would be taking those that are under it, putting them in Zone 1, so that would be the...
It's breaking it there, yeah. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Ozuna.
I'm not sure exactly how I feel about the break there at the freeway, but I am interested to know how it lines up to our schools. Our boundaries don't all have clear lines, so there is no way that we could draw this to go around our school boundary lines. But if there are areas where we could follow a school boundary and make it clean cut. I think that that's worthwhile to look at. I also wouldn't want to give Marcy hours of extra work. But I think it would be nice to see that.
Yep. Thank you. All right. There's a motion on the table to bring this back at the October 11th meeting. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And, oh, sorry. Motion carries 4-0. And then we'll move on to the consent agenda. And Trustee Kloppenstein.
Madam Chair, I would move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Thank you. Is there a second? I'll second. It's been moved and seconded that we adopt the consent agenda as presented. Is there any discussion? All right. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries 4-0. Up next is the future agenda items. So it's open for trustees for the future agenda. If there's anything on your list.
No.
Trustee Buffy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just the things that were brought up tonight, so the Renaissance High School spotlight, and then update on the busing, and then, of course, the trustee zone. That's all I got.
Thank you. Trustee Ozuna.
Madam Chair, Dr. Bubb, this isn't actually an agenda item, but we have a mask requirement for our students and visitors and our staff in our buildings right now, and we don't have compliance in this room. I would give my support to online meetings if we need to in order to have compliance in the room.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Trustee Ozuna. Next up, we have action items in front of us. We're going to need to go into executive session, and we're going into executive session. The action items are for two things. So there's a lot to read on here, and I'll just remind the board that we have to do a roll call vote for this to go into executive session. So with that, I'd open it up for a motion. Trustee Buffy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move that we enter executive session per Idaho Code 74206, 1D and F to consider records that are exempt from disclosure as provided in Chapter 1, Title 74 Idaho Code, and to communicate with legal counsel for the public agency to discuss the legal ramifications of and legal options for pending litigation or controversies not yet being litigated but immediately likely to be litigated. The mere presence of legal counsel in an executive session does not satisfy this requirement, and to enter executive session per Idaho Code 74206 1B to consider the evaluation, dismissal, or disciplining of, or to hear complaints or charges brought against a public officer, employee, staff member, or individual agent or public school student.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you. It's been moved and seconded that the board move into executive session for the read items. And we'll go with a roll call vote. Trustee Kloppenstein.
Aye.
Trustee Ozuna.
Aye.
Trustee Buffy. Aye. And the chair votes aye. Motion carries 4-0, and the board will go into executive session. All right, we'll call the board back in order at 9:53 p.m. And the last items up on our agenda are some actions out of executive session. So with that, I would entertain any motions. Trustee Kloppenstein.
Madam Chair, I would move for action item number 1 that we join the proposed litigation.
That's okay.
Using the language, whereas the district recognized that vaping is a national and local problem impacting upon student health and the disciplinary operation of the district, and whereas multi-district litigation is pending against Juul, as well as its shareholders in federal court, and whereas the board, having considered the inclusion of the district in this multi-district litigation and having found it to be in the best interest of the district and its students, I hereby move that the board take all necessary steps to join this lawsuit as a plaintiff against Juul and direct the board's chairman and/or superintendent to execute all appropriate documents to that end.
Thank you. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded to the motion as read. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries 4-0. The next item up in front of the board is ratify or nullify the recommendation to place employee F on paid administrative leave. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion.
Motion's in order.
I move that we ratify the recommendation to place employee F on paid administrative leave.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and seconded that the board ratify the recommendation to place employee F on paid administrative leave. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries 4-0. And with that, I'll entertain a motion for adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded that the board adjourn. This is a non-debatable motion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries, and the board is adjourned. Thank you.